Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The content gods have blessed us this day. They have blessed us this week, this month. The amount of gaming screw-ups, gaming companies falling on their own faces. It's beautiful, my friends. It's beautiful. Welcome back to another fantastic Thursday. Oh, yeah. How's everybody doing? This is a joke, right? No. No. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. We are chillin'. Please don't say psych. I'm not gonna say psych. You got some explaining to do? I got no explaining to do. I got nothing to do. It's Concord in time. Actually, I think that would make the game better if they had something like that. Actually, just be kind of cool in general. Now that I think about it, I think it'd just be kind of cool in general if they had it where, like, there was a game that was like that, where you had, like, a fucking, you know, it's Concording time, and you, like, Concord out. Yeah, I think that would be great. That might be the makeover it needs. They just say, hold on, picture it for a second. Picture they say, it's Concording time, and then they do their Concordian transformation, right? And then they become, like, hot, like, Korean game characters. I think it would work! I think it would work. People could identify with it. Oh, this is me in my ugly mode, but if I go into my Concord phase, I am then a exceedingly attractive, partially plastic human being. Like, this is great. This is great. Whatever this is, I approve for the aneurysms it would invoke. Imagine the look of horror from the vast swaths of the gaming community that are against those kind of things, right? They're like, oh, these are characters that these are characters I can identify with, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh god, it's not real. Madman Ruvik with the Prime 6 months in a row. My god, that's a long-term relationship we have going on there. Stecco, 2 months in a row. Thank you for the Prime, man. Thank you for the Prime. Enigma with the Prime. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Justice for Concord. Thus the. I mean, we'll find out. Hi there. Just finished Silent Hill 2 remake. Pretty cool. Recommended. Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where I've seen a lot of people that have been talking about it, and like the people that are actually playing it are actually really enjoying the game. And then at the exact same time, you see a lot of people that are like shitting on it on social media because of, like, you know, how the main character looks or changes that they made to the game and stuff like that. And I think that's kind of where you know, the more subjective nature of your enjoyment of games and how it aligns with your taste kind of comes in, right? Helgrund! My god. There we go. All right. Helgrund with the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you so much for your generosity, my friend. Thank you. I like it, but holy crap, those eyebrows. Oh god. Is Just Gaming podcast still a thing? I just noticed you don't stream on Sundays anymore. It's kind of a long story, but basically, how do I explain this the best way? So when I lost my job in December, And I decided to say, screw it. Let's try to take my hobby full time and see if I can actually make it on YouTube and gaming news and all that good stuff. We still had the podcast back then. And what I found is that Monday I was writing, recording, researching, and then editing. And then Tuesday I was posting. And then Tuesday I was streaming. And then Wednesday I was writing, recording, editing, and then posting on Thursday. And then I was streaming Thursday and Friday. And then Saturday I have other stuff that I have to do. And then Sunday was the podcast, which then at first it didn't bother me at all until like a few months in, and I was like, yo, I should probably like dial it back a little bit and maybe just like check off one of those days so that I'll be able to you know, have a little bit more time for myself. And the funny thing is I still end up using it to work anyway, but it helps for like the actual YouTube videos. YouTube keeps recommending reactions about your wake-up calls, and specifically the Warframe wake-up call. Makes me so proud of your achievements. Baby Metal, thank you so much for renewing your membership on YouTube for 2 months. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of emails lately where a ton of people have been asking me about like whether or not it's okay for them to react to my content. My whole thing is I don't care if people react to my content. It doesn't bother me in the least bit. All I asked is that like they just don't do it within like the same day or a few days of when I post the video, right? Mostly for bigger channels. So like I'll talk to Asmongold's editor here and there and just be like, hey, do me a favor and just like, you know, give that a few days to air out before you give it a few days to air out before you do anything else. Free time is overrated. Don't overwork yourself. Yeah, I don't want to overwork myself. It's one of those things where it's like, I think that you know, when I look at a lot of other content creators and like how they've like handled themselves in their career and like over the years, one of the things that I've come to realize is that like a lot of people suffer from burnout really quickly. And I just want to do my best to try to avoid that from the get-go. Like there's so many pitfalls that you can see with other people that make YouTube content that you'd be dumb not to learn from the mistakes of other people, right? You'd be dumb to learn from mistakes of other people. I'm already tired of hearing about Concord news. Why would anyone want to still play it? We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. Can I say I appreciate your videos regarding the taken stance and starting a YouTube channel? I'm struggling job-wise myself now and thinking of something similar. Don't. I mean, like, do something that you're passionate about for sure. But the one thing is that I'm somebody that really likes to set realistic expectations, and I set them for myself. Even when the channel's been doing good right now, I am fully prepared for views to dive back down to doing like 20 or 30,000 on a video. I don't think that I'm fucking big shit. I don't think I'll ever be big shit. Even if I even have a year where every video hits, I get millions of views and stuff. Even still, then I'm not going to marry myself to it or get caught up in the hype because, well, that's, from my perspective, that's just not how life works. So with a conservative perspective, and to be completely transparent with you, it took a long time for me to be able to even pay rent. While there's a lot, by the way, there's a ton of opportunity to make a lot of money, to have a great career in this. At the exact same time, you have to recognize that is like 0.02% of people that make content. There are hundreds of millions of people that are making YouTube videos, and there are thousands that actually make a living off of it. it feels like there's a lot more of them because you see all their content popping up all the time anytime you open your phone. But if you really think about it and really sit down and start looking at their views and stuff, you can see just how rare it is. I didn't get into this purposefully. I mean, I did in the end, but when I first started making YouTube videos, I got into it because it was just a fun hobby. It was just because I was, thousands of miles away from home. I had no friends or family or anything like that where I was working. The people that I was working with were much older than me, and we had completely different interests, so I just didn't have a lot of friends at work either. And outside of going golfing with a few coworkers every other weekend or so, I really didn't do a whole lot with other people. So in an attempt to, fill that void and give myself some type of, what feels like a constructive, creative hobby, I started making YouTube videos because I felt like it was a good opportunity for me to be able to meet other gamers and talk more about video games and maybe make a Discord community and stuff. It was never about making money. That wasn't even on the radar. Keep in mind, I already had a good job, right? Like I had a good job that was making fucking stacks. I was set. I didn't have to worry about anything. But yeah. And YouTube was the most realistic thing because, like, even though I play guitar, I wanted to try to get into a band at first when once I moved away. But the problem is that, like, as an adult, being in a band is just like, it's not as fun or interesting or it's just not the same. It takes so much time, man. It just takes so much time. It's just like that. And the thing is that you have to keep in mind, like, people that play in bands, especially like metal bands, a lot of those new bands that are starting up, like, in a lot of cases, they think they're gonna make it. They think they're going to go and like start touring and stuff. And there was like 2 different bands that I tried out for, and both of them were like, all right, we have an album's worth of music that you need to learn. And we're gonna go on tour in a few months. And I'm like, I have a job. Yeah, but my buddy has a friend that's in this other band and they're going on tour and we're gonna go. And I was like, yeah, no. So I found something that was a little bit more flexible where I could still be creative and I could still talk about something that I want to talk about something that I want, like things that I'm interested in. And that's how I kind of got into this. It only ever turned into a career just because the fact that I ended up getting laid off. And when I got laid off, that was kind of it. It was just like, well, I either go find another job in construction with a different construction company, which didn't sound all that attractive because I have a marketing degree and I have so many years in management, but not enough in anything marketing wise. So I thought to myself, I've saved up a pretty good nest egg. It's money that I was saving to buy like a house or something. I'm like, now I could gamble that money and say, let's try to do YouTube for a year and see if we can make it. And if I can, then awesome. And even if it fails, I'll still have work experience in marketing because of the YouTube channel. So I could do like, digital media marketing and stuff like that. Are you sustainable yet? Like, yes and no. I don't think when it comes to content creation, I don't think there's anything that's like sustainable. It's a weird thing because like sustainability in content creation, from my perspective, are the people that are the ones that are making like garbage tons of money. Because if you're not in that zone of doing that, what ends up happening is that you can have a really good month one month and then make nothing the next. And that's what I see from a lot of other people. So I just stay chill. I stay conservative with my money. I don't spend a lot. Like last night I had peanut butter jelly sandwiches and Campbell's soup, man. Like I'd make sure that, regardless if I see things doing really well, I don't like go outside of my means for any reason. But I've always kind of been like that to begin with. What is this now? Somebody said something I was going to respond to, and I kind of missed it. I've heard that starting a band is like playing a game of Russian roulette. Shout out to the ones that made it. But yeah, I mean, it's well, you don't. Here's the thing: it's like it's the same thing with like YouTube stuff, man. It's the same thing with YouTube stuff. You don't get into it thinking it's a career. You get into it because it's something that you enjoy doing, right? That's it. And then if it turns into something greater later, well, then that's awesome. It's a stroke of luck. But the problem is, like, the people that get into it thinking that like it's going to be the thing that they're going to do, that's where the problem is. Have you heard of the New Hope for RTS genre? Broken Arrow? No, I haven't seen that at all. You can put it in the React channel of the Discord. I'll check it out. The whole industry needs to collapse for it to recover. There'll be a lot of shit for you to cover. Well, and that's the crazy thing is that I actually agree with that. I do. I actually agree with that. I think that there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be happening very quickly. Very quickly. There's a lot of tension that's building in the industry that the media isn't talking about. And I think it's because nobody's like connecting all the dots right now, and they don't realize just how bad things are on the AAA side. Yeah. Is it going to be like the Morbius re-release? No, they're going to do it. They'll go free to play. They'll go free to play. Who saw that coming? I mean, everybody saw that coming. Here's the thing, like, you got to keep in mind. We can just hold on. Morbius situation. What do you mean? Like, you know, the funny thing is that like I watched Morbius. Like, it's bad. It's just like a campy movie, right? Like, the Morbius situation's actually really funny because the movie did get like somewhat popular because of the memes, and then they did like the re-release, which is a dumbass thing to do, like thinking like, oh, people are gonna watch it for the memes. Nobody's gonna watch it for the fucking memes. They watch it for the memes when it came out. At the end of the day, the only thing they care about is money. And finally, everything over the last decade is caught up to their bottom line. So I think what the actual story is here with AAA publishers and developers specifically is that they started a business. And here, the thing is, you can actually apply this to just about any business that's out there, because we've seen it happen in other places as well, right? What ends up happening, YouTubers, you see this with YouTubers all the time, content creators, they grow, right? They continue to grow, they get bigger, they get into it for the right reasons, their head is screwed on right. You know, they're really focused on the right things, and then as a result of that, they end up connecting with an audience, and that audience adores what they do and supports them, and then they reach a point where that's not enough anymore. That's not enough anymore. They need more. Even though they're fine.
Hi LD, what kind of shoes do ghost wear? Boots.
Jim, thank you for the $2. That was actually really good. That was actually really good. making our fine TTS tell campy jokes that's actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Not as long as the YouTube sub, but close. 7 months, Half Dead Saint. Thank you, man. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Dad jokes. Hey, I liked it. But then again, I'm easily entertained. So what I was going to say is that I think that at one point in time with these companies, they started things in the right way, and then what ended up happening is that, you know, the success that they had wasn't enough. They took on investors, they grew the company, they bought more studios, or they made more studios, they created other IPs, and then it was like, we need to go further and further, and there's really no end to that line, right? And what ends up happening is that the further you push into that, and the further you're looking for audiences that are not yours, the more likely you are to ostracize the audiences that you do have already. And I think that's what's going on. I do. I think that's what's going on. I think that they're losing touch with their audience. They're losing touch with the core reason of why they're getting into things. And in a lot of cases, and this is like, you know, all right, spoiler alert. Next week's video is on Microsoft. When I look at a company like them, they're not interested in you. And this is true. We see this in a lot of companies right now. They are not interested in you. They don't want to have anything to do with you. They want you still. They want you still buying their stuff, but we already got you. We're ignoring you from now on. What they want is people who don't even play video games. That's what they want. They want people that don't even play video games. They're sticking their head up their own asses, chasing around, looking for, you know, people that are into movies and television shows and things like that. And it's like, it doesn't make sense with the core gaming audience. I think one of the key things you can look back to, and a lot of people forget this, is that, like, you look at like how far Xbox has fallen over the years. Look at, you know, one of the best examples of where that fall started was when they released the Kinect. The Kinect was such a cool piece of hardware, but core gamers, the people that they called themselves the shooter console. They were known for these really cool games. That's why people came to play. And now you're like, all right, here's this motion sensor bar for you to be able to play Fruit Ninja. But what does that have to do with your audience? Nothing. So you start getting focused on investing tons of money into audiences that you don't have. And when you're doing that, you just completely stop paying attention to the core audience that got you to where you are in the first place. And if you do that, then when they leave, what else do you have? You don't have the foothold. You don't have the foundation anymore. It's crumbled out underneath you and you collapse. And that's the same thing that's happened to a lot of these game companies. They've all done the exact same thing. The people that got them to where they are no longer good enough. And the investors that are there now, keep this in mind. This is the most important thing. The investors that are in these companies now, the people that are leading these companies now, were not there. They were not part of that team. They were not part of that motivation that brought them that initial audience. They weren't there. So those players don't mean shit to them. They don't mean shit. Who are you? You're nobody to us. All they see is like, well, look how good Fortnite's doing. Why don't we have Fortnite? Yes, LD, but they're better than you. They're big shots. We're not. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Career CEOs and whatnot. The good thing about the Kinect is that it was used in hospitals and voice chat and Xbox turn off. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, the thing is that, like, as a piece of hardware, the Kinect was an awesome piece of technology. Awesome piece of technology. It pushed like IR reading and motion capture like years ahead, like very, very quickly. Very cool thing that they did there. But at the exact same time, they saw, keep this in mind, they saw that their core gaming audience didn't use it, didn't buy it, didn't want it. And they still pushed forward with the exact same idea and said, oh, they didn't like it. Well, let's keep doing this plan anyway. Let's keep doing what we're doing because it's going to work. And then what did they do? They forced the Kinect into the purchase of an Xbox One. We all remember how that turned out. We all remember how that turned out. I don't think this is bigger than we think. Like, they're just trying to aim at an audience that's left because they want to push an agenda and had nothing to do with money but government agenda. No. I had a conversation with somebody in Discord the other day, and like they were trying to like talk about how, you know, like looking at like some of these companies, like, oh well, you don't understand, it's the left's agenda. And I'm like, I'm gonna let you know, this last video that I just made, or the one that I'm working on right now, we're talking over 100 hours of research. We're talking hours upon hours of writing. There is no mention of social politics at all so far. There might be something later in like current day, but a lot of these kind of initiatives that people are, you know, seeing in some of these games, I mean, this is very recent stuff. Like the whole like political or social political agendas in games, that's very recent. That's super recent. And also the other thing is too, is that I think a lot of people fail to realize like how quickly gaming has grown as well. Like, I mean, if you think about it, like 20 years ago, like gaming was like less than half of the size it is today. It's not even close. It's been a decade. I mean, a decade is still relatively recent though. Appreciate your videos. I found you through Baldur's Gate 3 coverage. Holy shit. That was like my first like jump pad. It was like my first like bounce up. You know what I mean? First come up. Because I was still only like I think I only had like a couple thousand subscribers. And then when Baldur's Gate 3 released and I started making videos on it, that's when I like shot up to like 20 or 30,000 over the course of a few months. Love your videos. Found you through Asmongold. Love it, man. It's actually really crazy. So there's not like a huge intersection between people that subscribe to me through Asmongold. There's a like on YouTube, like most of the YouTube like subscribers and viewership is just from my own videos and stuff. But the crazy thing is that the live intersection of people that come to watch my live streams are a lot of the people that followed me from Asmongold. Which is very interesting. That's very interesting. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. They're already used to like watching live content to begin with. So it's just one of those things where it's like, oh, if he's not on, I'm going to go watch this guy. You're becoming one of my go-to gaming YouTubers? Well, thank you. Gaming news YouTubers, yeah. Try to stay in my lane, man. Try to stay in my lane. Yeah, see, exactly. I'm already seeing like people in chat like, oh, yep. What's your name? Thunder Johnson. My name's Ian. Okay. Where are we at time-wise? We're good. Max Power? Oh, fuck, that would have been way better. John Hancock? Ooh, yeah. I like that one too. Jack Mehoff? Nah, it's Thunder Johnson now. It's pretty good, though. Like, honestly, it's pretty good. Do you brush your teeth? I have all my teeth, so yeah, I do. The fuck? That's like there was some dude like the other day that was just like, where do you live? And I'm like, the fuck is wrong with you? No. In your fucking head, dude.
Will you be streaming Warframe 1999?
Yes. That goes without saying. That goes without saying, Chimp. Of course I'll be streaming 1999. The USA, that's all you get.
It was such a surreal experience when shortly after watching your first Warframe bit Asmongold started reacting to your contents.love you.
Aw, I love you too. Thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. It was such a surreal experience. Shortly after watching your Warframe video, Asmongold started reacting to your content. Asmongold's been reacting to my content for over a year. Or for a year, I think, or something like that. He reacted to one of my first videos that I ever made, actually. If I'm not mistaken, like, hold on. Asmongold, your brain on MMOs, I think is what it was. No. How MMOs change you. This is definitely not it. This isn't it. Yeah, here it is. Good lot. You guys want to see? You guys want to here? I'll show you guys a massive. You guys want to see how crazy of a transformation I've made in a year? I'm going to show you guys how crazy of a transformation I've made in a year. Not only like my presentation, my sound, the way I speak, everything. It's all different. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I'll just show you guys some of it.
MMO addiction. How playing Final Fantasy 14.
Hold on. All right.
Or World.
So he watched me and I had 2K subscribers. This video has like 1,000 views or something, I think.
World of Warcraft change you. Oh boy.
The MMO player
is
get elusive as they are majestic.
Oh.
There are times where we thought that they may have gone extinct.
Come on.
Not unlike the pygmy blue-tailed skink, they are rarely seen leaving their burrows, only sticking their head out of their dwellings when in need of food. The MMO player often lines their dwellings with waste to scare off potential predators.
So stupid.
In rare occasions, the MMO player can be found in herds.
Oh god.
Migrating to conventions in hopes of finding a mate or their next yearly shirt.
Okay.
The MMO player, while reclusive,
oh come on,
irrational behavior.
Yeah,
if
right.
You find one in the wild, it is best to keep your distance.
What do you mean? You got a lot to do. Okay, very fucking funny.
Yeah.
I've played MMOs.
Look at that face. Look at that face, though. There we go. Put it in HD. Look at that hair. Yeah. Baby face. That's right. Yeah, he looks so different. Daniel Radcliffe. Nah. It's not Zoomer hair. What are you talking about? It's not broccoli hair. It's just a regular
walk through the dark portal. Myself, like many of you, my first MMO was World of Warcraft.
Look at that.
I played the game for many years, many expansions, but eventually ended up having to walk.
Like, I don't know why. I don't know why I wanted to be like this. Welcome to my video. Emo hair. I mean, I got a little emo in me, man. I like a little. Shut up. I shouldn't have showed you guys that. Now you hurt my feelings. It's on your channel. Fuck off. Yeah. The good old days, stinky LD. Why? I'm not stinky. Oh man. Okay, that's all you guys get. All right. So, let's change subjects, okay? Let's change subjects. Young LD, it was last year. Yeah, you're all banned. That was last year. What do you mean young LD? I grow a beard and all of a sudden I'm like, what did I gain? 20 years? Ow. Hold on. My foot's caught on something. What does it say here? Oh, it didn't click over because I think it's muted when I switch over to Reacts, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Let's see. It says Maxwell with the $9.99 says, I am planning on creating a platform for news and journalism with the goal of taking over the industry journalism, and I'm planning on you being one of the top journalists and creators. I mean, I'd be kind of expensive. The thing is that like I think there's a need for some type of like alternative gaming news and review platform of some sorts, even though I think in a lot of ways YouTube and Twitch streaming and things like that are already kind of fulfilling that. But at the exact same time, like I do think that there's still room for like written media that isn't necessarily like bought and paid for the same as like, you know, today's media is. And I don't even want to say like necessarily bought and paid for. It's just access journalism. It's just that these people have made a lot of connections, and as they've made a lot of connections in the industry, they've gotten comfortable with those connections, and as a result, they're afraid to speak their minds in a lot of cases. They just want to be this, like, you know, say what everybody else says, give it a safe score, things like that. Like, I mean, I saw like IGN gave, I didn't even have to look. When I saw that IGN was reviewing the Diablo 4 expansion, I immediately knew that they were going to give it like an 8 or higher. They weren't going to give it a 7. It's Activision Blizzard and Microsoft. Keep in mind, these are the same people that I think. What did IGN give Starfield? Oh, they did give it a 7. Okay, that's still. It's higher than it should. It's higher than it should be. It's higher than it should be. 7 out of 10. Who could have guessed that one? Oh, man. IGN 7. Classic. 7 for what? 7 interesting places to visit? Maybe? I don't even think there's 17 or 7 places to visit. I don't know. I played Starfield for 20 hours, then I quit. I was just like, I can't do this. This just sucks. It's just so boring. The characters are so bad. The voice acting's fucking terrible. The writing's fucking god awful. It did nothing to want to hold your attention. Nothing to hold your attention. Like, some of the build crafting and equipment stuff was kind of cool, but the variety of items was just like not even there. And it's like, well, what the fuck is the point at this? Like, if the story's boring and the characters suck and the art style is kind of mid, and it does a bunch of things that a bunch of other games already do and do better, then what is the point of playing the game? What's the point? It's so boring to play that. It's so bad, dude. It's just bad. It's just a bad game. It's just a bad game. Only a couple characters look decent. The rest are blah. I mean, like, yeah, there's a couple characters that had some like decent style to it, but it's just the game sucked. It just sucked. Like, the worst part is that, like, not only did it suck, but then at the exact same time, these fools, they don't listen. And they're like, oh, we think we did a great job, so we're just going to give you more of the same in the expansion that we're making for the game. Good Lord. Maxwell with another $9.99 says, don't worry, I'm going to start small. I got everything planned when the time is right and we grow the company. I'll sign you and some others. I'm aiming for IGN and companies at the top. Yeah, there you go. Start small. Never try to go big right out the gate. Never try to go big right out the gate. Fall flat on your face. Fall flat on your face. This is why Gamergate. This is why Gamergate is happening. By the way, I mean that's like are you talking about like the what people are perceiving as like the second round of Gamergate? Well, the funny thing is that like the players that are complaining aren't even the ones that are calling it that. It's actually the people in the games industry that are calling it that way because they want it to be classified as like a hate campaign against like, you know, liberal ideologies and things like that, which is it's just not the case. Demon 616, thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate that. That's what even is Gamergate? God. It was basically a it was found out that there was like some issues with like access journalism where bought reviews were out there, and there was obvious bias in reviews that were basically telling players to go buy games that weren't worth their money. And the reason why was because there were, you know, relationships between developers and journalists and things like that. There was a lot of things that were going on. It was then hijacked by people in games journalism and media, and then turned into something that was instead supposed to be a campaign of hate, is what it was, a campaign of hate. And they've kept that story. I mean, even if you Google it right now, yeah, look how Wikipedia defines it. And this isn't what it was. It was players waking up to the realization that there are those in media and in the games industry that have some level of corruption, and they are providing scores and they're providing reviews and they're providing coverage on games that's tilted in the favor of the developers and against the consumers. But instead, they turn it into something completely different. Yeah. Was a loosely organized misogynistic online campaign with right-wing and against feminism and diversity. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. The way these folks will deflect criticism, it blows my mind, man. It blows my mind. Especially because the thing is that like they'll go out there and they'll try to pretend like the vast majority of people do not want women in video games, do not want anything other than white men in video games, and that's it. And that's just not true. It's not true. That's not what any of this has ever been about. And the only reason why you try to take it that route is because you feel like it's the easiest way to end the conversation, because it's too difficult of a conversation for them to have, because their brains are too fucking small for them to be able to think critically about like consumer rights at the very least. It's fucking ridiculous. Egos too. Oh, there's a lot of ego involved. So, Concord is still under active development, SteamDB data suggests. Now, while this seems like it is merely rumor, I've looked around and like Luke Stevens actually says it best. He says, so Concord's getting updates through Steam Deck or through Steam on the back end. These aren't tiny updates either. They're actually making a bunch of changes to different branches in the game. There's actually been quite a lot of them already. So this article says when the most disastrous AAA game of 2024 is not giving up that easily. When Sony and Firewalk officially shut down Concord a month ago, many understandably assumed the game, widely regarded as the worst of 2024 and one of the most disappointing AAA projects of all time, was gone for good. Perceiving the developer talk of exploring options and determining the best path ahead as nothing more than typical corporate statements, right? Meant solely to appease a few thousand people who actually bought and played the infamous 500 or 50 to 400 million dollar flop. There's no shot the game ever cost $50 million. Sony bought the studio. That's included in the development of this game. You don't just go like, oh well, look, and actually, and then on top of that, we already have proof that Sony spent another $200 on marketing fees. Not to mention, they also paid to put it in that Level Up TV show. I don't understand why people want to like try to downplay how much this game cost. It cost a lot of money. This is crazy. Concord now $1. $1. Wants a $1 Concord. Anybody for a $1 Concord? As hard as it may be to believe, the game's disastrous reception, there is a small hint of an announcement that the FPS might return, appears to be true. And Concord is indeed slowly crawling its way back to the market. According to the latest findings in the game's SteamDB page, Concord has been receiving back-end updates since September 29th. Game released on August 23rd. They shut it down the first week of August, right? Stupid AI. Yeah, AI's dumb. Am I not mistaken? It was shut down in the first 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks, right? Oh my God, it was right in front of my face. So in the first 2 weeks. So that means that like after the game had already been shut down in the first couple weeks of August, they've been working on it through last month and even up until now. With the latest change list submitted on October 8th around 2 p.m. UTC. That's 2 days ago. Mid-September, yeah. There was so much sunk into Concord. I kind of figured they would take it down, do some work, and re-release it as a free-to-play. I had assumed as well, even though I think, I mean, we'll get to my thoughts on this, but while it's impossible to determine what exactly these changes involve and what aspects of the game Firewalk is working on, it's clear that the project, though officially retired, is not entirely dead and could one day make a comeback. I mean, that's a strong way. That's a strong way to say that. One day make a comeback. Hopefully, as a free-to-play title that have taken in account community feedback and revamped uninspired gameplay, boring maps, and safe art design. There's no shot that they actually changed the art direction. There's no way. I like, one, you're too far into development to change those kind of things. And also, given the perspective of those developers, like, they felt completely justified in how they developed the characters. Completely justified. Hey, new sub. I don't care much about the gaming industry as much as I am exploring the depths of indie games and even independent studios, such as the early access game Forever Winter. Yeah, I plan on talking about Forever Winter at one point. There's actually early access. I actually plan on doing a video talking about early access and indies. I'm hoping I'll be able to do it next week. I gotta finish the one video I'm working on right now. It's too much. There's a possibility that someone just pushed code to the local server, but no actual dev effort or such. But the thing is that like, but these change lists have been going on for quite a while. So this is the last one that they did, but they've been doing it basically. It was like a couple weeks after the game was shut down. All of a sudden, they started doing change orders on Steam. So chances are, what it likely is that they are probably working on the game, and what they're doing is they're probably changing its monetization and pushing it into a way to be able to like be positioned for free to play. or nobody told them to stop. like Sony just forgot. Hold on, I got something for you guys. All right. Let's see here. Here you go. It's the Concord devs. It's the Concord devs. I just like fucking forgot they were there. I don't know if you guys have ever, if you guys haven't seen this movie, this character, Milton, is somebody that's working at the company, but he's not actually on payroll. They haven't been paying it. Or no. He's somebody that's working at the company that was laid off, but nobody told him he got laid off, so he was still coming to work anyway. So this is this is the Concord devs right now. Like, watch the game get released. Watch the game get released, like, you know, free to play, and Sony's like, yo, wait, what? You're still here? Office Space is a GOAT movie. It's so good. They could be skipping, just going the Overwatch 2 route. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's it's Concord. Ah, fuck. That was funny. While it's impossible to determine exactly what these changes involve with aspects of the game, it's clear. We already talked about the safe design and stuff like that. So what do I likely think that they're actually changing? Because like the thing is that like the people that have really looked into this, they've said that the updates that they've made have actually been pretty big in size. So if the updates they're making are pretty big in size, like it's a lot of data, if that's the case, then chances are they're probably working on new game modes. They're probably working on monetization. I'm gonna say that's what it is. They're working on monetization right now. They're likely trying to push in try to build a framework for free to play, and then they will drop it as a free to play game and see how it does. It's actual assets then. Yeah, it's actual assets. It's not just like server data or anything like that. Yeah. Yeah. There's already been a couple of sources that have actually said that the amount of data that's being pushed is quite a lot. So trying to cut losses. Well, I don't think that's trying to cut losses. Cut loss from my perspective. So here's the thing. Can it work? So what do they say at the end here? What do you think about Concord's possible comeback? What would you be willing to give it a chance? What should Firewalk focus on as to not become the subject of industry-wide ridicule for the second time? Tell us in the comments. Ooh, that's a lot. That's okay. What do you think about the potential comeback? I think they will do it. The reason why I think they will is because they spent too much money not to. And also at the same time, Sony is fucking hungry for live service. They are hungry for live service. They want that. They want it bad. And the thing is, from their perspective, even if they could get Concord on the same... Here's the thing. It's not this, and by the way, this is not realistic. But from the perspective of their investors and their executives, if they could get Concord to come out as free to play and be able to hold, 30,000 players like Helldivers 2, they would feel fantastic. They'd feel completely justified in the investment. And that, like, we're not talking about like they're trying to come in and go, oh, you know what, we want to come in and we want to try to beat Overwatch, or we want to try to come in and we would try to beat Valorant numbers. That's not what they're thinking. What was their all-time peak? Like 700. Like 700. So, like, they're not trying to aim for the skies. They're trying to aim for something that's just anything at this point. Now, what I'll say is that what do I think of a possible comeback? I think they're going to try it, but it won't work. It's just not going to work. The funny thing is that even if, oh man, because I saw some people that were talking about this, and one of the things that a lot of people are bringing up, they're like, well, you know, look what happened with other games that made a comeback and turned things around, right? So a lot of people will come in and they go, oh, well, what about No Man's Sky, Cyberpunk 2077, games like that came out that weren't very good. And then, you know, they ended up turning things around, changing the games, and then bringing it into a game that was actually worthwhile. The difference here is that nobody's interested. Nobody's interested. Nobody wants to have anything to do with this game. Nobody was interested in the game before it even came out. The trailers didn't even hype anybody up. Nobody even came to play the beta. People wanted No Man's Sky. People wanted Cyberpunk 2077. There's no desire here. That's the thing that I don't think that they understand, is that there's no market desire for this game. And the funny thing is it actually has the least to do with the character designs, and it has everything more to do with the actual game design itself. Nobody wants knockoff Overwatch. People don't even really like Overwatch that much anymore. Overwatch isn't even that popular. You're trying to emulate a game that's already dying. Did No Man's Sky not sell really well for a game of its type? No Man's Sky crushed it in sales. It was one of the most pre-ordered games like in history at the point that the game came out. It was just trash when people actually got it. No Man's Sky used that money to improve the game for 10 years, and they're still doing it. And they're still improving it. There's a complete difference here. This isn't like this isn't going to be a comeback story or anything like that. This is straight up just a game that nobody wants and nobody's interested in. And if you're wasting the time, money, and resources to have these developers working on another game or working on this game and getting this game ready to go to free to play, all you're going to do is put out something that, again, everybody in the market's going to ignore. Now, I realize a lot of people are going to be pointing at the game and they're going to say, I think what sucks about these kind of conversations, especially with the stuff that's around Concord specifically, is that Concord, like, my problem is that what ends up happening is that because of the way that Concord's characters look, people are going to immediately go with the like go woke, go broke narrative. But it actually, from my perspective, has the least to do with this game's problems. Yeah, the characters are ugly. Sure, I 100% agree. I don't like the look of it at all either. It's super soft. But at the same time, the core issues for this game is that it's not interesting, it's not fun to play, and it's already been done. And there's a better version of playing the game. It looked boring. Yeah, I just wasn't even interested in it. And plus, on top of that, like, think how far off you have to be to think that the most valuable piece of content that you're going to be delivering to people, the thing that sets your game apart from everybody else, the thing that nobody else is doing, is that you're going to release weekly movies. Nobody's done this before. You want to know why? You want to know why nobody's done it before? Chat, why has nobody done it before? Nobody gives a shit. That's right. That's right. That's right. Nobody cares. That's why. Why has nobody put out weekly movies for their video games? Because nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares. Because guess what I'm here to do? I'm here to play a video game. Remember the conversation that we were having earlier, like right when we first got into stream? That idea of people that want to try to push for content in their games that does not align with like core gaming habits, with core gamers. That's this again. It's that idea that like, well, I want to make a game that's not necessarily about the video game. It's about being able to watch movies. Well, isn't that just fucking stupid? Do you not realize you need people to play your game? This is one of the reasons why I think Fortnite is one of like why Fortnite is such a successful game. And it's because at its core, Fortnite's a good video game. You can think about Epic and Fortnite, whatever you want, but at its core, it's a good video game. It plays well, it looks good, it's fun to play, everything's there. All the essentials are there. All the tangibles that you need for a game to be enjoyable to play are there. So all the foundation is set for the core gaming audience. Then what they do is they do their metaverse shit, right? Where they bring in all of these characters from different franchises, and that's how they start attracting people in to play their game. And then they start evolving their game and going, well, you know what? There's a lot of people that don't want to play Fortnite because they don't like having to build. So why don't we make no build Fortnite? And then all of a sudden, boom, another wave of people come in and start playing the game. And these are people that were never interested in Fortnite. I had never played Fortnite until they made build mode. And then when they made build mode or no build mode, I was like, let's go. I'll give it a shot. And I had a blast. I was playing with friends. It was a good time. Half Dead Saint with the membership, man. 13 months. What a flex. When can I buy LD shirts or coffee mugs? That's actually funny you say that. I need to check on the update on that. There actually is merch coming. And I want you guys to keep something in mind, okay? I want you guys to keep something in mind. You know, one of the things that I've always said is that like you never want me to make, like, don't let me into like making video games. Because what I'm going to do, because all I'll do is just make shit that's like impossible for you not to want to buy. Obviously that's, you know, I'm being hyperbolic, but let me see if I can find it real quick. I'll give some of you guys a tease. So the idea that I have, I got from a guy, and they got designs that are going to be, he's going to be sending me the mock-ups for the designs. So I'm going to do four shirts, okay? So the first run is actually going to be 4 shirts. This is the plan. It's going to be 4 shirts. It's going to be a warrior, a cleric, a mage, and a rogue, okay? And they're all going to be in like this like berserk style art design. And they're actually going to have like their class name at the top, but in like cool lettering. This is like illegible, so you can't really see it. But it's going to be in this like, you know, old like berserk style, like gothic, you know, art design. And it's going to have like, you know, warrior across the top. Then it'll have like a warrior on the bottom of it. And then it's going to have like a mage. There'll be a priestess. There'll be a rogue. And yeah, they're going to look fucking brutal. They're going to look fucking brutal. It's going to be so sick. To be honest, I'm not making it for you. I'm making it for me. And the funny thing is that like I'm not an asshole, but I'm not gonna be an asshole about being like making merch and stuff like that, because it's not really about like, oh, let me put my name on a bunch of people so they can run around with you know, my name and try to promote my channel. That's not what it's gonna be. Like I think all I'm gonna do is probably just put like my like legendary drops like around like the back neck ring, so it's like super subtle. And it's not even a part of like the actual art of the shirt or anything like that. So like literally you'll just be able to buy like cool looking shirts. That's it. That's it. I'd rather just make like cool looking clothes that people would actually want to, like cool looking shirts that people want to wear, rather than something that's just there to rep the brand. You know what I mean? Because I wouldn't buy that shit. I wouldn't buy that shit. Legendary drips? Damn. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually pretty good. I might end up stealing that. I might end up stealing that. I might be in for a cleric shirt. Yeah, keep in mind, by the way, just so you guys know, I'm not using safe designs. I think the idea that I gave them for the cleric is actually like the huge like the big titty elf priestess from Goblin Slayer. The one, like, she's gonna have like a blindfold and like big O honkers. Yeah, that's the direction I went. Take my money, buy all stocks. Honkers required. No tall flat girl. See, you know what the funny thing is that I believe myself to be what I like to call a man of culture. Now the rogue will be a modestly proportioned attractive woman with a hood. So don't worry. Don't worry. Flat Justice gets their own. Flat Justice gets their own. Oh man. But I'm still waiting on the designs to come in through. A man with range, you gotta have range, baby. Gotta have range. Look here, I'm gonna tell you guys right now. You just love women, okay? Like there's this idea like, oh, I need them to be thick. I need them. No. Most like real men. I mean, obviously we have taste, but you know, it's like flavors. You know, like sometimes you want you know, chocolate ice cream. Other times you want, you know, moose tracks. Anyway, back to the conversation. Biggest fucking biggest turn there. Like I just wanted to talk. I completely forgot about that. I was gonna bring it up earlier in stream, and then somebody said something. I was like, oh, merch. That's right. I am working on merch right now. Butter pecan's actually pretty good too. Yeah. Butter pecan launched it. Yeah. Okay. So, would you be willing to give it another chance? I wouldn't be willing to give Concord another chance. I don't think that. I think that what Sony fails to realize, if they actually choose to go through with this, is that the game is just. Let me think. Okay, so not only is the game just not interesting and nobody wants to have anything to do with it, but the other problem is that the game has been ridiculed to the point that I think anybody would be embarrassed to even give the game a shot outside of the memes to begin with. I don't see it. Like, it's been ridiculed so much. Can you guys think of a game that was ridiculed as hard as Concord? That somehow turned it around and ended up being a great game that everybody loves? Because I don't think I can. Again, this is a different situation, because we're also talking about a game that nobody was interested in to begin with. No matter how much they cross off their checklist, they can't cross off a lack of audience. I mean, like, okay, so I'll give you guys a realistic view on like what I would think they would need to do. What should Firewalk focus on to not become a subject of industry-wide ridicule this time? Change the name, change the characters, change the direction, and then do something radically different with the gameplay that does not make it like anything else that's on the market. So literally make a different game. It would be the only thing that they could actually do. Like, And the funny thing is, like, I'm not saying, like, you still have a framework for a game that works. And a lot of people said that the game felt good to play. Like, the gameplay was pretty solid itself. Like the feeling of playing it, because it's very much like it's very much like Halo in a lot of ways. And I think the Halo combat itself could totally be applied to a, free to play live service PvP game. Just that. Like, here's the thing. Think about this. If they made Destiny 2 and they just separated its PvP as its own live service, that shit would have popped off. That's kind of what they kind of did here, but the problem is that they didn't make anything that was really all that interesting or did anything that different. And I think that, like, here's the thing. Even though I think a lot of people meme on and shit on, like, hero shooters and stuff, I think there's still a space for them. I mean, Valorant's incredibly popular. People like hero shooters. You like having extra powers and things like that in some of these shooters and stuff. I mean, look at Deadlock, right? Deadlock's popping off. It's a hero shooter, but they're doing something different, right? They're taking an existing formula, but they're leaning further into the MMO, or not MMO, the MOBA direction, right? They're leaning further onto the MOBA style stuff. The Crucible does slap. Yeah, Crucible's fun, man. Crucible's fun. So like, you just have to do something. I don't like, the problem is, like, I'm not a game developer. Like, the ideas that I would come up with, likely, I don't even know if they'd even be good. I think that there's still a space, and I think people are still trying to push for it, which is taking the hero shooter and putting the hero shooter into a battle royale. I still feel like there's potential for that to work, but I think the problem is that there just hasn't been like a strong enough IP or a strong enough identity of a game to drop, right? Apex? Yeah, I mean, Apex is a really good example of that, but I'm talking about taking it a little bit further. Like, in the case of, when I say, I don't even want to, it's almost like I even want to take, like, the shooter part of it out of it. There were some games that actually had a little bit of potential, but they kind of just failed on release. Remember, there was that one Magic one? They had that Magic, what was it? Battleborn was awesome. Battleborn was really, really good. I'm super disappointed that Gearbox just walked away from that. I think that was kind of a dumbass thing for them to do. Marvel Rivals? Yeah, Marvel Rivals is a good example of, like, really leaning into, like, the super part of it more than anything else. And it proves that there is a hunger for that kind of thing, right? Spellbreak, that was the one. Yeah, that was the Magic-based one that they had. I think it was a really cool concept. It just had some core issues that didn't make it interesting. And a lot of it really did come down to the fact that, like, the world itself, the map design and stuff wasn't very good. And the gameplay wasn't very well fine-tuned. Yeah, by the way, like, if you guys want to know my stance on it, I'm sad that Overwatch is the one that won, and that Overwatch is the one that won, and that what's the other one? Yeah, and Battleborn was the one that died. I feel like we're in the wrong timeline. Paragon? Yeah. Did you hear about the Ubisoft selling player data to Meta? What? What? Let's come back to that. Let's come back to that. So yeah, anyway, like, for this, I do think that they're gonna re-release it. They're gonna re-release it. They'll put it out free to play. They'll give it a shot. There's too much money that's invested into it. Their investors are too hungry for a live service game to begin with. The journalists did their job at making sure to blow as much smoke up their ass as possible by telling them that the game has potential. I would guarantee that the industry, especially with how soft the industry is when it comes to criticism, I think that they'll be gaslit by the rest of the industry into putting the game back out. Think about that for a minute. Think about the fact that it's the gamers that are the ones that says the game doesn't have a chance, but developers and journalists say it'll work. Think about that for a second. Because they love gaslighting themselves, and I think that's what's going to end up happening. I think that Sony will get gaslit by the industry itself into putting the game back out as free to play. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Okay. It seems like even when bad decisions fester in the results, whoever is creating the decisions out of nothing is still misleading them. Oh yeah, for sure. Like at the end of the day, like I've brought this up in a lot of videos and I've talked about it extensively, but from my perspective, the biggest issue that faces the industry right now is bad leadership. And a lot of it is just, it's poor hiring decisions on their part. Because as I mentioned earlier, the people that got them into the positions they're in are no longer at those companies anymore. They don't understand the audience. They don't understand what it took for the company to get to where it is. They just come in and try to steer the ship from where it's at right now. And that's it. And when they come in, the only thing that they know is that the company needs to grow, it needs to make more money, and it needs to capture audiences that it doesn't have right now. And so from their perspective, the players that are already there, the core players, just don't even exist. And actually, the other thing is too, is that in a lot of cases, you have a lot of people that are coming from industries, by the way. You have a lot of people that are coming from industries that don't even have anything to do with video games, have never had anything to do with video games. I'm trying to remember, like there was one company that hired a guy that like made like was a CEO of like a soap company, like shit like that, where it's just like, what do they understand? Like they understand how to run a business or on the money side of things, but outside of that, they don't really understand anything else. Michael Bayo with the $10 says, just my opinion, but these garbage movies in Hollywood, from Hollywood and garbage games are nothing more than components of money laundering scheme. $200-300 million. Come on. Money laundering? I mean, if you're talking about like losing the sock in the dryer, then yeah, they're laundering money. They're fucking losing it. Oh, no. There. See, what Tickle says, that's definitely true. Some are where movies are just made to keep rights. Yeah, that actually is what it is in a lot of cases. Sometimes there's certain games that are made, mobile games and stuff like that are literally there just specifically to keep that IP under their control, right? Because there's a cutoff date for those IPs. Sarah, yeah, Scott, right? You're absolutely right. Sarah Bond was a T-Mobile person. Never had anything to do with games until Microsoft. I agree. People care about games. I agree. Get people into games that care about games. Yeah. Exactly what it should be. It's exactly what it should be. So it's one of those things where it's like you have these people that are like career COOs or career CEOs that are coming from companies that have nothing to do with the entertainment industry or even have anything to do with video games at all. Sometimes don't even have anything to do with tech. And as a result, they come in, they don't understand the audiences. They don't understand what they're representing. It's a completely different... The problem is that what they don't realize is that there is a parasocial relationship between game developers and players that doesn't exist in other spheres. It doesn't exist in other spheres. Like, if a new CEO of a soap company comes in and they start making soaps that aren't like the scents that people like on their laundry or on their skin, that like the people that were always buying their soap were buying them because they had these scents that they really liked. And then this new CEO comes in and goes, well, those guys aren't good enough anymore. We need to start making everybody smell like roses. I don't know, right? Well, consumers don't look at that in the same way. I just look at the shelf and go, oh, they don't have, smoked wood. I don't know. I'm just making a charcoal. I don't know what kind of smell. But they don't have this. They don't have the scent that I want anymore. Oh, this company does. And then I just pick up that scent and I walk away. I don't think about it. It's not a how dare they, Dove, how dare you betray me? And also at the same time, the thing is, it's not like that's the only company that's selling soap. Like there's tons of other companies that are selling soap. But games, it's a different sphere. It's a different relationship with your customers. And I don't think that a lot of people understand just how important that relationship is. If the industry gets a reset, DRM/spyware anti-cheat might finally be washed away as well. That'll never happen. The industry is so obsessed with, tech industry is so obsessed with, forced evolution of technology that we're not very far away from, we're like years away from no more physical at all. Think about it. Right now, when a company makes a physical version of their product, it's seen as a charity. And some of these games are getting so big that current day technology for physical doesn't really exist in a functionable state for us to be able to use it. Baldur's Gate 3 is a 4-disc game if you buy it. Like they've made a 4-disc game if you want to play it physically. They want us to rent games instead. Well, they want full control over the license. Yeah. But the thing is that when it comes to so here's the thing. PC was already on this route. And we're already used to it to begin with. I'm not gonna buy anything physical for PC. I don't even have a disk drive on my computer. Why would I need one? Right? Console gaming was the last remnant of physical for gaming. And that the downfall of all that is specifically Xbox is the one that started that. They were the first ones that came out with a digital store, Xbox Marketplace. That was on the Xbox 360, where you could buy indie games and smaller games And then they ramped it up even higher with the Xbox One, which included full games, and that's when they increased the storage size on their on the consoles and would allow people to download full games. But remember, they were also the ones that were pushing heavy DRM. If you think back to the Xbox One, that's when they wanted to make it where when you downloaded a game, or even if you got a game that was physical and it had a disc, once you put it in, that was it. You couldn't trade it in. You couldn't trade it with another person. You couldn't do nothing with it. It was yours. That was it. It was a one-time license. That's what they wanted to do, rather than having like a perpetual license. Castle Crashers. Yeah, I played the shit out of Castle Crashers on Xbox 360. But I will die on the hill that the best, hands down, the best Xbox 360 Xbox Marketplace game was Castlevania Harmony of Despair. The multiplayer one, God, it was so good. It was so good. If you don't know, if you don't know the pleasure of getting a Valman Way, I don't know what to tell you. Valman Way +1 or 2, I think. I can't remember what they went up to. I think just +1, if I'm not mistaken. Harmony of Despair was a poor man's Symphony of the Night. I mean, Symphony of the Night was fucking fantastic. It's arguably the best Castlevania ever to exist, but I personally really liked Harmony of Despair. It was a lot of fun playing with other people. Crimson Skies is really good too. Anyway, yeah, so I mean, this is gonna fail. It's not gonna go anywhere. They're gonna put it back out into the market. You're probably gonna get some people. Dude, the funny thing is, if they put it free to play, they will get a higher peak concurrent player count than they did when they put the game out as $40 or whatever they sold it at initially. But in a lot of cases, it's most likely just going to be people that are interested to be like, all right, I want to see how garbage this game is. And here's the funny thing is, like, maybe they end up actually attracting an audience because of that. And then, but still, a lot of the people that are going to be getting on there are just going to be people like me getting footage for YouTube videos so that I can farm it some more. Please, by all means. Sony, keep paying my bills. There's more Ubisoft content for your next projects now? Well, I'm not working on a Ubisoft video at the moment. Oh, somebody said something about Ubisoft. That's right. Healing data? Is that what they said? Ubisoft healing data. That's a... That's Reset Era. There's nothing going to be on there. Or are they selling data? Oh no, Ubisoft. Oh no. Why are you like this? What, you know what the funny thing is? Before we get into this, I want you guys to keep in mind the Guillemot, that's what it is, Guillemot. The Guillemot brothers, the people that started this company, have desperately been trying to remain in control of the company, specifically because they feel like it's their baby. It's their, if they started it, it's their family name. I think it's named after one of the brothers or something like that. And they are the ones that are making the wrong decisions at every single turn. Every turn. Has Ubisoft been, Ubisoft has been like the onion, like an onion. Every time you think you've seen it all, another layer is revealed. Didn't I comment on my last Ubisoft video? I think I put a comment, I don't know, I'm gonna look at it. I think I put a comment on the last Ubisoft video that I made that said something along the lines of, guys, it's gonna be even more dire next time. So shameless? Yeah. That's what you call it when you hit the bottom and keep digging. Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. So keep in mind, the other thing is too, we'll get into that. We'll get into that in a second. Okay. Ubisoft targeted in class action lawsuit allegedly sharing customers' data with Meta. Plaintiffs say PII is shared or public information. I guess I don't know what that stands for. When purchasing on Ubisoft's store while logged into Facebook. Two US-based players have filed a class action lawsuit against Ubisoft for allegedly sharing its online users' personally identifying information with Meta. The lawsuit was filed on October 3rd, 2024 at the U.S. District Court in the Northern District of California, as shown on Court Listener. Nature of this lawsuit. Sarah Beth Craig. Okay. Plaintiffs versus Ubisoft Incorporated. Plaintiffs Trevor Lakes and Alex Rajub, individually and on behalf of all others in a similar situation, by and through his undersigned counsel, bring a class action lawsuit against Ubisoft. Plaintiffs alleged following up information and belief based on an investigation of counsel, except as those allegations are specifically to the plaintiffs. Okay. One, this is a class action lawsuit that is brought on the behalf of the plaintiffs who visited Ubisoft.com, the website, operated by defendant, and either purchased a video game from the website or subscribed to Ubisoft Plus services, which allowed users to gain access to video games on the website. So you can log into Facebook. You can log in with Facebook for a Ubisoft account? Okay. The website provided users with the ability to search for, purchase, and download video games produced by the published by the defendant. Similarly, the website allows users to pay a reoccurring fee to gain access to Ubisoft Plus subscription, which subscribers have access to games as long as the subscription is maintained. Okay. Defendant does not disclose on the website that public user information, providing identifying information, would be captured by the Meta platforms, tracking pixel utilized by the defendant, but then transferred to Meta, therefore exposing subscribers' public information to any person of ordinary technical skill to retrieve that data. What? Data sharing policies for services or subscriptions is an important factor in individuals declining or are deciding whether to provide personal information to that service. Congress has recognized the immediate and irreversible harm caused by associating a person's personally identifiable information in conjunction with a list of specific audio-visual materials they have requested or consumed. The Video Privacy Protection Act, VPPA, prohibits videotape service providers such as the defendant. See, bro, this is the shit that I'm talking about. This is like the biggest problem in the fucking video game industry, is the fact that it is heavily under under litigated. There's just not a lot there's not a lot of laws that are specifically built for video games. Like even this law that they have to reference a videotape service. Isn't that crazy? Underregulated. Oh yeah, it's heavily underregulated. And the thing is that a lot of people are like against regulations, and I understand where that perspective comes from, but there's a reason why we have consumer protection laws, and that's because people will try to fucking rip you off. And the thing is that sorry. I need to turn that down. You guys didn't tell me that was so loud. Your data is priceless. Yeah. Regulations are important. Over-regulation is the issue. 100%. I 100% agree that there shouldn't be over-regulation. But the problem is with the video game industry is that the U.S. and just about every government outside of like some European, some companies, some countries in Europe, completely ignore the video game industry. And as a result, it's operating under laws that allow them to be able to basically do whatever the fuck they want. I think a really good example of this is how easy it is for them to be able to change EULAs. Do you think Ubisoft are just grasping at straws for any means of income? I don't know for this specifically. I don't know when this started. So it's likely that this is something that's always existed and they've always been doing it. And then as such, they've been making, you know, just like a little bit of residual money off the side from it. But, yeah. I mean, when they build a road, they don't fire all the workers. When they make a game, hundreds get fired. There are not enough protections in place for workers or consumers. Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons why a lot of video game developers are starting to unionize, which, to be honest, is probably the best thing for that side of the industry. Because, well, the reason why road workers don't get fired, they go back to the hall, and then they get sent to another job, right? They get sent to another job unless they work for a private company, and that's a different story. But yeah, that's the thing. You're not fired. You're on a contract. Yeah. So one of the things that I think this is a big issue with games journalism is that they lead a lot of consumers down the wrong roads. And in this case, what ends up happening is that they fail to tell people that the vast majority of these workers on some of these projects for video games are coming in on a contract. They're not there specifically to come in and be a permanent employee of this company. They are contracted to work on this specific game and do, you know, usually it's for QA is what they will contract a lot of people for. But yeah, a lot of those people get cut loose afterwards. It just so happens that in the video game community or in the video game industry, there's a lot of developers that get contracted in and think that they're going to stick around. Voice actors are also contractors. Right, exactly. So it's not like a voice actor gets fired after the game's finished. Their contract's completed. Defendant purposefully implemented and utilized Pixel, which tracks users' activity on the website and discloses that information to Facebook to gather valuable marketing data. The Pixel cannot be placed on a website without steps directly taken by the defendant or on behalf of the defendant by a website manager. The Pixel cannot be placed on a website without Facebook, without knowledge for Facebook. So basically this, like, what is this? Metapixel, add a piece of code to your website that lets you measure, optimize, and build audiences for your ad campaign. The Metapixel is a piece of code for your website that can help you better understand the effectiveness of your advertising and the actions people take on your site, like visiting a page or adding an item to the cart. You also will be able to see when a customer took action after seeing your ad on Facebook or Instagram, which can help you with retargeting. And when you use Conversations API alongside Pixel, it creates a more reliable connection to help the delivery system decrease your costs. So Pixel is a Meta provided tool for websites to be able to include in their code so that they can track user data, but that user data is going to be going to Meta regardless, right? Because it's Meta's program. Not just Meta use them, the entire they can be entirely white and attached to an email too, potentially malicious stuff. Is it in the game code? No, it's not in games. This is actually in their website. This is basically in if you go to like Ubisoft Store, if you go to Ubisoft Connect, this would likely be in those, and it's used to be able to like track your behaviors while you're on the platform. Most companies add Pixel to track CTO, to track click-through rate. Yeah, so on the surface, it seems like something that'd be like relatively innocuous, but the problem is that because this is a Meta platform, that information is not just being shared to Ubisoft or to the person that's using it. It's being shared to Meta because it's Meta's tool, it's Meta's program. Meta correlates that data and then presents that data to the user. It's just like about every other program that's out there. It's always going to collect user data. The tracking pixel is a fingerprinting method. That's the same thing. It's the same thing. So they're collecting user data and user behavior. Oh, baby, if this gets tracking in Europe, I mean, this is already there because it's on their website to begin with. What happens if you turn off tracking cookies? It probably ignores that. Because it's probably not based on cookies. Defendant does not seek and has not obtained consent. This is the biggest thing. Is that likely, if I had to take a wild guess, what Ubisoft has fucked up here is that they've included the use of Meta Pixel into their website and into their Ubisoft Connect, but they did not expressively have the players give consent in their end user license agreements when signing up for a Ubisoft account or downloading Ubisoft Connect. That's probably what this is. It's probably something that people brought in and they're like, oh, okay, this is just something that's just going to track the users and what they do on our website. And that information's then going to go to Meta. Then Meta is going to return that information to us. And then we'll have better analytics to be able to understand what consumer behavior is on our websites and who's clicking on our ads. That's it. And then they probably didn't even think about the fact that you need to ask for permission before you put that kind of stuff in there in the first place. Because what ends up happening is that by putting this information through Meta, you are now making people's personal information, their address, all kinds of things, much more easier to access. Still shady? Oh, it's super shady. It's two things. It's done for shady reasons. I mean, it's done for just general business reasons. There's obviously some shady reasons behind it as well. But it's also the product of incompetence. That's what this is. It's the product of, this is incompetence. For someone not to realize and think, oh, hey, you know what? Maybe we should probably make sure this is not going to be a legal problem for us capturing user data and sending it to Facebook. How do you not realize that? I don't understand. And the other thing is to keep in mind as well is that, oh man. So my Ubisoft account has been breached. I shouldn't say has been. Is breached. My Ubisoft account is breached like a few times a year. Every year. So like their sites aren't even slightly, they're not even slightly like secure at all. Legendary drops will cringe when say this OSHA. I mean, that's occupational safety. OSHA wouldn't have anything to do with this. That's for like workplace safety and like hazard management and things like that. Construction worker run. I worked directly with OSHA for years. They're not nearly as bad as people make them out to be. The companies are more afraid of OSHA than OSHA is of like their job sites or anything like that. Like they're not nearly as scary as people try to make them out to be. In a lot of cases, they actually do really good work. Save people's lives. Keep in mind, before OSHA, we didn't have fire escapes. Or hard hats. Yeah. Or a lot of things, actually. Personal protective equipment. It turns out people who don't want to see you hurt aren't the enemy. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. They can definitely get in the way, and they definitely will try to make money when they can. But the times that they try to make a lot of money, like OSHA specifically, the times that OSHA tries to make the most money is usually off the people that deserve to get absolutely fucking roasted. Absolutely fucking roasted. Change the company name too. Holy shit. This motherfucker knows. Yeah. Yeah. Gabeth, you already fucking know. You already know, baby. You already know what it is. Construction's crazy, man. It's crazy. Like, companies will straight up go out of business because they got somebody killed, and then they'll just change their name. And it's fine after that. They just change the business's name and they're good. That's it. There's actually parts of OSHA and just general construction, like industrial construction, that I have like a lot of issues with. One of them being, you have scores. There's a website that you can go to, which is called I can't remember the name of the site off the top of my head. Basically, if you're a contractor, you're a company, and you want to come work at a place, each place that you go to work at is going to have a minimum score that your company has to reach. And that's usually based off of your TRIR, right? Which is your total recordable injury rate. So it's like your employees versus the amount of the amount of man hours you work in a year and how many injuries you've occurred. So what ends up happening is that because that score is necessary for you to get a job, it actually stops people from actually wanting to report injuries and fix issues. Because if they do those things publicly, it goes on their TRIR, and then all of a sudden, you know, that might be something that ends up stopping them from getting contracts in the future. It's the most bullshit fucking thing in the world, and it makes it where like safety people that worked in safety, which I worked in safety, like our job isn't, you know, my job wasn't to really help. It was to help people. That's what I did. I helped my guys and tried to do my best to keep them safe. But 9 times out of 10, I'm the fucking Men in Black. I come in, I make everybody forget anything even happened. I do what I can to sweep this motherfucker under the rug and pretend like, dude got what? What? Nothing happened. It's the most, like, safety's the most fucking mafia job that's out there if you're doing it the right way. Which I did. Which I did. Yeah. Because you have to, otherwise your company will go out of business because you can't get contracts anymore. Safety manager, 15 years here. You know exactly what I'm talking about then. You know exactly what I'm talking about then. We had like, there was like a, one of the companies that I'd worked for before had like a major contract that was going to come up. We are going to get like 6 years, 6-year contract, working 10-hour days, 5 days a week for 6 years straight. And there was going to be like a series of turnarounds. I'm not going to go into the full explanation of turnarounds. There's a very well-endowed woman that'll explain what a turnaround is to you. And we lost that contract because an apprentice fell off a ladder and died. Crazy thing. It was like 6 hours is too much for me, bro. You guys want to know how I have so much energy for what I'm doing right now? It's because in my old job I worked 10-hour days, and if it wasn't 10-hour days, then it was a turnaround, and that shit was like 12 to 16-hour days, 7 days a week for a month or more straight. like when people complain about hours, they're like, "Oh, I had to work 40 hours this week." I'm like, 40 hours, motherfucker. I've worked 50 to 90 most of my time. Yeah, 10 to 12 hours is normal. How are you not a broken husk? The money's good. The money? That's how. When you're making so much money that you don't have to worry about anything in life, yeah, you know, like, yeah, the pain and stress of having to work those kind of hours and not being around a lot of people sucks for sure. But, yeah. Yeah. It's really nice when you have financial freedom. I remember working 7/12s for 48 days straight. BP refinery turnaround. Which BP? I've worked at 2 of them. I worked at one in Indiana, and I've worked in one in Ohio. Yeah, I miss it sometimes when I used to work over 100 hours a week. But it wasn't great socially. You know, it was terrible socially. When you work that much, what ends up happening, and this is the same thing that ended up happening to me, is that what happened? I worked for like my first few years, and I was crazy. Like I was, Whiting? I've worked at Whiting. That's the one I was thinking of. That's not in Indiana. It's basically in Indiana. Whiting's like 30 minutes away from Indiana. Or from Northwest Indiana. There's some good food in Whiting. Like it's like gut truck food, but it's good. So what ended up happening is I would work, you know, my first few years in construction, I worked like I'm talking like 80, 100-hour weeks for a long time. And then the next thing I knew, I just like fucking I didn't see the point in making that much money anymore. Because I just wasn't spending and I wasn't doing anything. When you work that many hours and you push yourself that hard, you end up like losing sight of the reason why you're working in the first place, and that's never a good thing. What were you doing exactly? It's going over my head a bit, sorry. Working in construction. It's just, there's a lot of weird construction lingo. Holy crap, how much money? We're talking like, when you're working that much, when you're working like 80-hour weeks, 80 to 90-hour weeks, and that's pretty fucking common. Like, I mean, there was times where I did that there was 2 years that I did that basically the entire year round. Yeah, you're talking like hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, you're making a ton of money, but you're just not doing anything. You're just not doing anything at all. You just don't have a life. The encroaching insanity before a triple-digit week. Sometimes the funniest times. You know, the funny thing is that like a lot of people think about those hours and they're like, oh man, that sucks. It must be so terrible. You know what ends up happening? You just grow numb. You just grow numb to it. It's just your fucking schedule. 80 hours. Did you sleep at all? Yeah. Yeah. I went to work for 10 hours. I came home. I ate. I watched a little TV and I went right to sleep. Do it again the next day. Do it again the next day. 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 And then the next thing you know, like, I think the crazy thing is that like time also like melts and you don't even know where you even are anymore. It like all of a sudden you just like come to work and they're like, hey guys, job's done. And you're like, huh? We just started. We just started. What are you talking about? Wait, what? Yeah, 12-hour days, 7 days a week is 80 hours. Yep. I would do more than 80 hours because you have to do, like, when you do these big turnaround projects and stuff like that, you have to do a turnover. And turnover is where, like, the guy for the next shift comes in and then you got to, like, go over everything that you guys took care of and worked on during your shift and then hand over the keys and then move on. Get back home after turnaround and seasons have changed. That's exactly how it works. Yeah. Yeah. The funny thing is that people always bait your ass and they'll be like, oh yeah, you know, you get into this, you just work turnaround seasons, right? You just go do these projects, these like, you know, 7 days a week, 12-hour day projects. And yeah, they're like normally like anywhere from like 30 to 55 days straight or something like that. And then they're like, yeah, you know, I just go do that. And then I take off a couple months. Bull fucking shit. Anybody that I know that's been in construction goes straight to another one right afterwards. Right to the next one right afterwards. Fucking haven't seen their kids in like 3 years. Their wife is definitely with somebody else right now. But what were you doing? It was like project management stuff more than anything else. I worked like on like environmental health and just like general project management bullshit. And basically, I was like a jack of all trades. I basically just kind of like ran around, did whatever I could. But anyway, all right. So I want to read just a little bit more of this. Let me make sure. I just want to see a couple more things. Defendant knew that the pixel was that their pixel resulted in. Oh shit! I didn't even think about that. Defendant knew that their pixel resulted in users' public information or personal information and search terms being shared, resulting in VPPA and wiretap violations. Well, I mean, because it is technically spying on the people that are using your website. Huh. In monetary damages, plaintiffs seek injunctive relief requiring the defendant to immediately remove Pixel from their website and or obtain the appropriate consent from users. Otherwise, anonymize video game titles and URL parameters and metadata to hash out users' Facebook IDs. So they're even collecting their Facebook IDs, which will then give you a direct link to be able to go look at their personal profiles. Pixel should be banned. Yeah, just got here. What is this about? Basically, it's a cybersecurity issue. It's a personal rights issue. Ubisoft has been using Metapixel on their website and collecting user data and making that user data relatively easy to access if anybody had any technical know-how to do so. Ubisoft is already known for data breaches, so they're really bad about letting people's information get out there, worse than Sony. And the only reason why we don't really hear about it is because Ubisoft doesn't have as many users as like Sony or somebody else does. And as a result, now it's actually come to a class action lawsuit against Ubisoft. The lawsuit was filed on October 3rd. So I already went to the court listener. We already saw that. The two plaintiffs filed the suit on behalf of themselves and all others similarly situated. They allege that when they purchased a game via Ubisoft Store or accessing it through Ubisoft Plus, they were logged into the Facebook accounts. Their public information was taken by the Meta platforms. You read that. The Video Privacy Protection Act prohibits the use of videotape service providers. This is the shit that needs to change, man. Like, this is like videotape service providers. I feel like there's always an opportunity for these companies to get off on a technicality because they're operating under laws that don't necessarily regulate video game companies. I hate that. Videotape service providers. such as Ubisoft for sharing public information, purposefully implemented to utilize Pixel, which tracks their activity on websites and discloses that information to Facebook to gather valuable marketing data. And that's exactly what's happening here. What it is it's a two-part handshake. You know, it's a handshake. Ubisoft gets to use a tool that allows them to be able to track what their users are doing on their website. They can track to see what they're looking to find out is they're looking to find out in those moments where somebody goes to browse or buy something, why they don't buy. What made them walk away, you know, in that moment? Why didn't they click purchase right then? What can we do to be able to change the website and how we present things that'll make it work? Because, like, we've all done this before. How many times have you guys gone to a website, and when you guys went to the website, you went to go buy something, you put it into the cart, and then you're like, yeah, never mind. And then you shut the website off. Like, whatever it was, there was something in your brain that triggered and said, I don't need this shit. And you just said, nah, fuck it. And you closed the website. I do that all the time on TCC Card Trader with Magic cards. I'm always like, I want that. And then like 5 minutes later, I'm like, no. No. I did that like 3 times today. Right, exactly. So they want to collect that data and understand why you're clicking off, why you're walking away, why you're not purchasing the thing that you put into your cart. They want to understand those things, right? And then what ends up happening is that they try to change their website to be able to make it where they're able to, you know, get around those issues or whatever. Ryusaki, thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Me with Pokemon cards, we all have a problem. Just comes in a different color or piece of cardboard. We need a certain level of regulation to keep these companies in check. Let's call it whatever, but there needs to be some of it. There needs to be regulation. There needs to be regulation. I'm just going to say it. Like, we have a lot of problems in the video game industry right now, and a lot of it does actually have to do with lack of regulation and consumer protections. These companies quite literally have, like, it's the fucking Wild West. It's gotten to the point where, like, they can choose to monetize whatever the fuck they want to monetize whenever they want to monetize it. They can go and they can retroactively take games from us. Look at this. Buy a game, be born in Australia, money stolen. PlayStation Store. We have become aware that the product Hotline Miami 2, wrong number, was not received, did not receive a proper rating from Australian Classification Board, and have taken steps to remove the product from customers who obtained the game through PlayStation Plus. We apologize for any inconvenience it caused. So we have, you know, this is what I'm saying. It's so underregulated that you can buy something and they can just come back and say, yeah, sorry, no, we're taking that back. This specifically says PlayStation Plus. So in the case of this is a really interesting case, because say if you are and this is where things get murky when it comes to games as well. Say if you're this guy and you're like, I buy PlayStation Plus because I want to play Hotline Miami on my PlayStation. And then the reason why you bought that subscription is then taken away from you. You can't get a refund for the subscription, because the subscription's for the service, not for Hotline Miami, regardless of your intent as a consumer. Yeah. So like that's what you have to keep in mind. Like, that's how far our rights are being stretched as consumers, and it sucks, man. It sucks. It does. Reminds me of Newegg not warranting graphics cards because I'm an Australian and they don't operate locally, so they don't care about our laws. Yeah, there's that as well. Remember when Wizards sent the Pinkertons? I think I saw something about it a long time ago. I don't really care about that shit, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, I do, because it's like, what was it? Somebody basically had gotten a hold of like Magic cards early, and then they were like making videos or something like that online and showing people the cards, and they sent the fucking Pinkertons after them to grab the cards back or whatever. Even though it was like Wizards' own like screw up and stuff. There's like certain things that I think it's like, there's certain things that I think it's good to like talk about, but it's never for me personally, they don't necessarily become a they don't become a virtue of not buying things. Like I am what I would like to refer to as a resilient consumer. I will never not buy something off of in most cases. I will never not buy something because of some type of feigned virtue. I'm not going to pretend like I'm fucking better than anybody else. If it's something I like and I want, I'll buy it. If I think it's something that's going to bring me joy or entertainment, then I'm going to do it. I can still publicly disagree with what they do as a company, and I will. I always will. I mean, there's plenty of games that I play today or I've purchased and then turn around and then criticize the shit out of that company for dumbass shit they do. It just depends. It just depends on certain brands and things like that. And in a lot of cases, it's like, if you're not making shit that I want, I'm not going to buy it. My wallet is not virtuous. Is your YouTuber profile picture based on the Grey Knight Space Marines chapter symbol? No, it's actually not. It was just an idea that I had for a logo. It was just an idea for a logo that I had. I gave it to a guy. I was like, it'd be really cool if it was like an ancient book and a sword. And initially it was supposed to be like coming out of a treasure chest, like legendary loot, but it didn't work that way. I'm curious, do you feel any moral conundrum when putting money into a corporation or entity that you condemn? Not judgmental, just genuinely wondering. I don't think that I put money into companies that I condemn. I don't think I put money into companies that I condemn. I'm actually trying to think if there's any company that I'm like, fuck this company, I don't want to have anything to do with them, and then at the exact same time I turn around and buy stuff from them anyway. Because usually when I'm at that point of like condemning a company, they're not providing a service that's worthwhile to me in the first place. And I'm probably not playing their stuff. Will we be live during DE's big dev stream? Is the dev stream today? I still buy Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I never feel like you need to have some type of like moral authority on the purchases that you make. So at the end of the day, like if you're buying something, like here's the thing. I don't want people to be like, I don't want people in slavery. I condemn slavery. Does that mean that I'm never going to buy a fucking cell phone? No. It's on the 25th. Oh, okay. I've stopped with EA and Blizzard. See, and here's, you know what the funny thing is? That's a really good way. That's a really good way to say it. Like you say, I've stopped with EA and Blizzard. I have not bought an EA game since NHL 2018. I have not bought a Blizzard game since Diablo 4. But be thankful that I did buy Diablo 4, because if it wasn't for Diablo 4 being the game that like tipped me over the edge, I wouldn't be making the videos that I do right now. Diablo 4 is the catalyst. Diablo 4 is the catalyst. Keep in mind, when I started on YouTube, my first few videos were me just absolutely just gargling the nuts of Blizzard and Diablo 4. But Yeah, I mean, like, so like this is probably one of the bigger problems that's facing the industry right now, is like this this constant encroaching on consumer rights. It's not good, man. And it's one of those things, like, I brought it up in the last video. What did I say in the last video? Why the gamers are mad, right? Like, that was one of the things that people wanted to because like I see a lot of people that are talking on like X and stuff like that. X, I just called it X because I saw the X. It's fucking Twitter. Because I saw people talking on Twitter, and like in a lot of cases they're like, I don't understand why these gamers are so angry. These gamers are always so angry. You're the ones that made the industry this way. Blah 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 blah. And it's just like, well, the gamers are fucking mad because they deserve to be mad, because they've had their rights as consumers and their fucking favorite hobby trampled over for the last like 10 plus years now. It only just continues to get worse. They just continue to push it further and further and further. We need more of your personal information. We need more of your money in microtransactions. We need more of your money from just the face purchase of a game. $70 isn't enough. Don't you guys understand? We need to go up to $100, and actually even $100 might be too cheap. Maybe we need to make video games $150 for a AAA game. I think then the industry would regulate and we'd be in a really good place if games are $150 to purchase. Like that's the fucking mentality, and it just keeps going further and further. And then while they're doing that, at the exact same time, they're shoving in personal agendas and things like that. You have like game quality in general goes down. Like, yeah, players are mad. Players are mad. If they weren't mad, the videos that I make wouldn't go anywhere. And like the reason why I make a lot of the videos that I do is because I think it's really worthwhile to try to make sure that, you know, you talk about these things with nuance. You talk about these things with context. And you try to voice your opinion and voice your criticisms in the clearest way possible so that it's not misconstrued as being something that is a, you know, harassment campaign against people. Because that's what these companies will do in combination with the journalists, is that they'll turn this into a completely different story that it's not. Oh, it's a personal attack on me. No, it's not. You're a fucking ripoff. Nimley, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Still makes no sense to me that the price of digital and physical is the same for games. Remember when they said that when they started making digital games, like the idea was that the less physical games they would have to make, that game prices were supposed to go down? And then that never happened, and instead they wanted to put they increased the price instead. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Dude, this shit's been crazy. Have you guys seen some of the damage from this stuff? Absolutely fucking destroyed. I mean, it's going to be costly for them to repair, but man, it's bad, dude. It's bad. Yeah. Yeah, Florida got fucking leveled. They got leveled. Luckily, the vast majority of people got out of there, though. What is that? It is Tropicana Field. It's in Tampa. This is Biden creating jobs? Oh, are you talking about like the weather control machines? The space lasers and shit? Mythics with the 1999. Is that a Warframe reference? I think we as consumers need to be more specific on what we don't like, as well as just say it's woke. Hold on, I need to read that. What we don't like, as well as we can't just say, absolutely, we can't just say it's woke and expect them to understand. We need to give them better details than that. Fucking exactly. Thank you for the 20, man. Exactly. That is the biggest issue. That's one of the things that like frustrates me the most when I see it's one of the things like Ackman covered the woke thing pretty well. I think in a lot of cases he did, but he took it as more of an opportunity just to make fun of the people that are making those kind of judgments, rather than talking about some of the nuance that could be discussed within these kind of conversations. And because it's easier just to make fun of them, and it's totally fucking it's worth making fun of those people, by the way. For the people that like actually use lists like that are like, oh, this game's woke. Like, oh, there's like a single, like one of the games that was on there was the soundtrack of the game that we're listening to right now, Divinity Original Sin 2. It was on that list. And they were saying that, you know, oh, well, Divinity Original Sin 2, you can romance male, characters of the same sex. And it's just like, okay. And like this idea that like everything needs to be routed out of games entirely and they just need to appeal to just like straight folk like it's not even just straight folk. Like, I'm sorry. Like, do you not realize, motherfucker, you're trying to take my ability away from being able to romance Karlach as Shadowheart in Baldur's Gate 3? No. I'm not going to stand for that. There's no music playing? Music's playing. Is it muted? Yeah, music's playing. Maybe it's just low. You guys not hear the music at all? Have it turned down too low? Music is quiet. I mean, I turn it up a little bit. There you go. My headset's also turned up loud. That's probably why I turned it down lower. Wait, Concord is seriously coming back? Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier. Here's the thing. Zara, that's what it is. YouTube's text is kind of hard to read ease sometimes. Like, genuinely, my opinion, give people the option to do whatever they want, but just don't force it. That's all. That's what most players have been asking for to begin with. That's what all players want. All players just want is just like you're a video game company. Stop trying to force shit down my throat. Like, let me make my choices, especially if you're making an RPG. That's one of those ones where it's just like, let me make the choice to interact with those kind of things if I want to. Just make cool shit. Yeah. Dude, this is the dumbest shit. I was thinking about this earlier. So I saw this shit going on, right? I saw it live, actually, because I like somebody linked it to me. But this dude, I guess he thought that like Aiden Ross is going to pay him $70,000 if he survived the hurricane, if he stayed outside and streamed it. So this dude stayed outside during the hurricane. I mean, obviously it looks like it's like kind of like, it's still pretty calm. I mean, like the winds are high, but fuck you. He's not having a good time. Yeah.
Nigga just scanned me.
So, you know, one of the things that I was thinking about recently, and I'm starting to notice more and more of it, is that especially for like content that has to appeal to like younger generations currently, like with how much like brain rot content there is on the internet and how overstimulated kids are today. Like, I mean, we're talking like crazy overstimulated, right? Like cyberpunk fucking levels of overstimulation, that it's leading to people that want to get recognition and want to make money online, and the only way they're seeing seeing the opportunity to do so is by doing things that put their life at risk. No, the guy survived. Yeah. And like I'm seeing like more and more of it. Like I saw that one dude that like crashed his car recently, driving like a McLaren and like wrecked it into wrecked it while he was like doing like 75 while it was raining in a fucking performance car. Like stupid shit, dude. Stupid shit. So we're circling back around to the Jackass era, but like Jackass era, but a lot less funny because the people that are doing it are actually fucking stupid. Like Jackass was cool. And Jackass was like them playing pranks on each other, not on other people. You know what I mean? They weren't doing anything to like hurt other people or put other people at risk or anything like that. Like Jackass went to like this. Do you guys remember when they went to the sperm bank? Oh god, yeah. It was so Wee Man won. I know. I know. Jackass was funny. It was, dude. It was so good. But there was also, before Jackass, there was the thing that started with Bam Margera first, and he had a band too. What was Bam Margera's band name? They had a really good song. It was like my friend group's like anthem for like a year. CKY. Yep. His brother's band. Yeah. CKY, dude. CKY was so good. Yeah. What was the song? I can't listen to it because YouTube will fucking murder me. "96 Quitter or Quite Bitter Beings," baby. This fucking track right here. This fucking track right here. Hellview is really good too, actually. Yeah. They had another one on a diff. Tony Hawk. Oh, yeah, it was in Tony Hawk, wasn't it? It was in Pro Skater. I think that's the reason why it became like our anthem of the summer, because we were all like skater kids. We were all playing a shitload of Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Yeah. When they glued pubic hair to that dude's face to make a beer. Dude. Yeah. Now I will say that like this era of shit, like Jackass and whatnot, totally inspired some dumbass kids to do some dumbass shit. But that's because we were outside all the time and we're always looking to do things outside of our house. I remember we used to go garbage can bowling, where we would drive around neighborhoods late at night, and on garbage night, or on like the night before garbage day, we would grab a garbage can. Like one of us would hang ourselves out the window, and we'd drive by a garbage can, and we'd grab a garbage can, and then we would hold on to it as it had wheels, and then we'd try to run it into other garbage cans and see if we could hit the garbage cans and knock them all over. Shit was cool, man. Shit was cool, man. Man was a menace. You guys don't even fucking know the half of it. You guys even know the half of it. There was one night, there was this one girl at school. And the funny thing is that like none of us ever had a problem with her. None of us didn't like her or anything like that. Like she was fine. We're actually on like friendly. We're like friendly with her, right? And I don't know why, but just like one night we're just hanging outside, and I'm like, what if we just drive around the city and look for houses that have garden gnomes and collect as many garden gnomes as we can and record it for our video that we're making, because we were trying to be like the Jackass people, right? And we'll just collect as many garden gnomes as we can, and then we will just fill their entire yard with garden gnomes. And we did that. I think we collected like 56. And we just filled this entire person's like yard with garden gnomes. The gnome invasion? Yeah. And it was really funny, like, hearing her talk about it at school the next day, where she's like, I don't know who did it, but somebody put garden gnomes all over my yard. It was bad. It was bad. It was just like goofy shit like that. Dude, I drop a kickflip in front of her. They're like, oh, whatever. Yeah. United States of whatever. Yeah. No, I was never a good skateboarder. I hurt myself more than I did anything else. I was never good. It's kind of creepy. I would be mad. Well, I mean, teenage boys are kind of fucking creepy. So brains aren't fully developed. You don't necessarily make the smartest choices or think about how those choices will be perceived. Right? Teenage boys are the same ones that sit in a classroom and think that a girl's gonna notice them if they stare at them. Teenage boys are the ones that are like trying to sneak up, like trying to like sneak shots up up a girl's shirt or something like that, and think that, you know, she's gonna find it cute. Scooter kid? Oh shit. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. You're not real. You're not real. I don't recognize you. Unless I don't recognize you unless you had a pair of these. I don't even understand why there's like birds on the commercial. Yeah. Heelys? Heelys ain't... Well, I mean, Heelys were kind of cool for a little bit too, but soap shoes, though. Look at this. Oh, shit. Soap shoes. Yeah. What is this editing? What is this editing? This editing's terrible. Is this better? Yeah. What the fuck? Get a board? No. You had a skateboard and you had soap shoes. Skateboard and soap shoes. Okay? You don't just go one. Skateboard, soap shoes. But why? I don't know. So you can just grind on shit for no reason. What are you doing today on Warframe? Probably like daily stuff. I might do some leveling because I gotta work on what's her face. I gotta work on Komi. I know I'm late as hell, but I don't believe LD's title. Why don't you believe LD's title? You think I would steer you wrong? You're trying to tell me you got Komi? Yeah, I got Komi. I'm not. She'll be built when I log in, but I haven't like used her at all yet. How old are you, old man? I'm an old ass man, dude. I'm an old ass man. Look at these motherfuckers coming after my boy fucking Marco. Look at these look at them coming after my boy Marco. Leave Marco alone. What is it? What is it? What does this specific profession, or what difference does this specific profession make here? That's like asking, like, you know, what does it matter that a composer listens to Final Fantasy music for the first time or whatever it is? I always feel like it's really weird. Like, you know what? When I see shit like this is really just somebody that is like a salty ass bitch. Yeah, this is somebody that's a salty ass bitch. Marco's response was mint. I didn't read his response. I only saw this. Hi everyone, my name is Marco. I'm formerly a professional opera singer who loves video games, video game music, and video games. This is the sort of thing you can expect on my channel, and this is why the opera singer title is relevant. Come on over and listen to video game music. Okay.
Einsame Blumen. Is this correct? Should we see? This is a music channel after all. Let's see. Let's see if this is real.
What is he doing?
It's real.
Huh. That's pretty cool. Yeah. No, I think that I think the reason why people make make signifiers like this, like for Marco, is that what it does is it helps the viewer to understand what kind of viewing experience they're going to get, right? Like they understand why like what kind of added context or content you're going to get from watching this person over watching the guy that's just a video game nerd, right? No, like for me, I'm not going to put in, you know, marketing major talks about video games. That shit's fucking boring. I'm not going to have to, I don't like, for me, it's a lot less interesting to do something like that. But opera singer plays Silent Hill for the first time. I'm going to hear how, you know, he's going to react to some of the sound design, to some of the music and things like that. And yeah, I think it makes it an interesting viewing experience. I just think it's really weird when people want to like point it out, like, you know, what difference does it make that you have a specific profession? You're probably just upset that homie has a fucking YouTube channel and you don't. You're probably even more upset that you ain't even got a fucking job and he does. Salty ass people. Least botted tweet. Yeah, that was kind of weird now that I think about it, because it was like, what did it had like a shit, like millions of views. It is kind of fucking weird. My degree is in software/games, and I can't see code, but when I play them, but I can't see the code when I play them, so it wouldn't be very helpful. I think that like if you're a game designer, see, like I think that's the more interesting title to go with. Game designer plays X game, so then you could talk about, you know, if it's a really good game, you could talk about the really like the interesting parts of game design that you could point out. If it's a bad game, you could point out all their mistakes, right? There's that one guy that's like he's a character designer, he's a character artist for video games, and he went over and he pointed out all of the issues with the characters in Concord. Really popular video, did really well. Well, rig worker plays Still Breaks the Deep. Still Breaks the Deep, that'd be funny. Professional fisherman plays Dredge. But yeah, it's just goofy as shit. So I don't understand like this console warrior shit that I end up seeing a lot of, because like I've been seeing a lot of people talking about like I really do want to play. I've heard ReFantazio is fucking good. I've heard it's really good. I've seen from a lot of people it's critically acclaimed. But, you know, critical acclaim doesn't mean shit to me. I don't care that every single reviewer gave it a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10. That doesn't mean anything to me. We've seen them give scores to games that they shouldn't have given them in the past, right? But I've heard that ReFantazio is fantastic. But it's been really weird because I've seen a lot of people hijack this discussion for like ReFantazio and some of these other games as like a win for Xbox. But Xbox just has marketing rights for Atlas. They don't have it's not an Xbox game. It's just really weird how people have been kind of like grabbing it and using it for metaphor. Yeah, metaphor ReFantazio is what it's called. Console Warriors is a 35-year-old cat man. Yeah, most likely. Yeah, console wars are stupid. Everybody eventually gets a Linux. No shit. Getting a PC is definitely the route to go. Persona 5 was critically acclaimed as well, but it didn't click with me personally. I liked Royale. I played Persona 5 Royale and I really liked it actually. I think they've done a really good job. Atlas specifically has done a really good job at modifying and continuing the like turn-based game motif, right? Making it more engaging or interesting in some way. Because you have to do a little bit of something different. You can't make just like a classic Final Fantasy game and it works out. I mean, in some cases you can, but there has to be a need for it and you can't oversaturate the market with it. Certain games do a really interesting job of doing it. I think Octopath Traveler is a really good example of that. I liked Octopath Traveler as well. What's the point of the tweet? I don't know. Square Enix sells 5 million copies, 5 million units in less than a year. Did not meet sales expectations. Atlas, Bandai Namco, Capcom sells 1+ million copies. Oh, you know what? I will take a shot at, I see where they're going with this. I'll take a shot at Square Enix on this one. Square does not come out and like thank players for downloading their game enough. Like if a game comes out, they don't come out and really like thank their players like they should and show like the kind of appreciation that's necessary. Like things like this are just nice to see. It's nice to see the game that I'm enjoying is popular and everybody really likes it. And the other thing is too is that they say like less than a year. Most of this is actually based on like copies sold within a month, not less than a year. They post things like this if a game sells like in less than a month. With that said, the thing is that like Square Enix's biggest issue is the issue that doesn't face these other companies. Square Enix over the years, I don't know why, for like other than the fact that like I would imagine Sony had to have been handing over a shitload of money. But the final sales are not resulting in the numbers that are necessary. Square Enix is feeling entitled to your money, I guess. I think you know what the funny thing is that like how many more copies do you guys think Final Fantasy 16 would have sold if it came out on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation on the same day? Because I think it sold like 1.5 or 2 million copies or something like that on PlayStation. Maybe like 3 million copies or something like that. Way more. Like a lot more. A lot more. Not a trillion copies. Get the fuck out of here. I would guarantee, 2 times at least. Yeah. If not more. Because the thing is, what I don't think a lot of people understand is that there's like hidden costs to not releasing a game on every console. And part of that hidden cost is that you don't know what the virality of that game is going to be like, right? I really liked Final Fantasy 16. I realized that there's Final Fantasy players that didn't like it. I realized there's players that don't like Final Fantasy that didn't like it. I liked Final Fantasy 16. I had a lot of fun playing it. It could have been deeper. There could have been more there, but it was still a really good video game. It was well worth my money and well worth my time. If that game would have released on all consoles and PC at the same time, if they sold 2 million from the start, they probably would have sold 3 times that because players would have picked up on it. There wasn't a lot of games to play at the time when it first came out. It was towards the end of the year when it released, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was like almost near around Christmas, I think, when it came out, or just past Christmas. There wasn't a lot of other titles to play at the time, and it was just a really good single player game. Will ReFantazio get an update like for Persona 5 Royale? Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. It's like how Helldivers isn't on Xbox. They'd probably get an extra 40%. Oh, guarantee. Yeah. I like this idea of like console or like platform exclusivity for third-party titles is just a bad way to go. It's a bad way to go. Ah, I missed the drops. Too bad. That's too bad. All right, we'll watch video. I'll save some of this other stuff for later. I don't need to talk. I don't need to keep talking this much. I want to watch this. I want to watch this Baldur video. People have been sharing it to me, and they say I need to look at it. So we're gonna watch it. Make sure to get some. Make sure to get some. I need to save this for later, just in general. Make sure to throw some React content in the Discord channel.
Companies like Sony.
Oh shit. So I guess there's some shit that's going on with Sony right now. You guys were mentioning this earlier in stream, so let's see what it is. We're watching They've Reset the Clock by Baldur. I guess it says Sony's plan backfired, the new CEO. Oh, no, that's something else. I don't know. We'll see what this is. It's something about like Sony's price hiking or something like that.
Companies like Sony often have a problem. They're old games competing with their new games, and like Sony, when your brand is built off those old games having amazingly strong IP, well, you end up losing a lot of money because your average sale price plummets. And today's story is Sony's attempt to fix that problem. You see, while headlines of scalpers buying up PS5 Anniversary Editions were dominating, something else happened, something that very few noticed. See, the State of Play announced Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, and when I reported it, I tried to save you some money. What you do, right, is you'd buy the original complete edition of the game, and then you'd hand over your $10 whenever the remaster comes out, so you end up paying less.
Yeah, they've done that with a couple of games in the past where they've done that in a couple games. They've done that with a couple games in the past where like an HD version, remaster version, you know, some type of added content comes to the game and you don't have to buy the whole game over again. You get to just, you know, get the upgraded version. You can pay the extra couple bucks. I'm trying to think. There's been like a couple of games in the past that have done that. Monster Hunter World did it for free, right? I'm pretty sure Monster Hunter World did it for free. Not the PC versions this time? Oh, okay.
Bad news is that Sony were onto us. The good news, well, I'm onto them, and I've got backup from today's sponsor, which is dead handy and an absolute lifesaver. The Ugrain 130-watt Nexo 2000 milliamp hour power bank. Look, I put this in my bag every day. I take it pretty much everywhere.
I used to have like one of these like right when power banks were like really big, and I fucking destroyed the shit out of it. I think I still have one. I even have a backpack that has like one of these things built into it.
It is super, super light for the performance that it's got, and the shape makes it so easy to pack. It's only 480 grams, and it's got the lovely display. Lets you check how full it is, what it's outputting across the two USB-Cs,
That's nice.
one USB-A, and you can even do the neat things like looking at the currents and the voltages or what output you're getting from your charger. And to top it off, it's got a pretty cute robot face. But it'll even give you 100 watts on the C1 port and 30 watts at the same time. That lets me say
solar power bank was good,
and my laptop at max.
I haven't seen one of those.
Capacity-wise, like that's enough to charge my.
I don't really need them anymore because it's like rare that I can't charge my phone wherever I am.
Safety
but
protections like thermal guard, and it's even tested.
I would see if like you're going on like a trip or you're traveling or something, especially if you're traveling like out of country. It'd be really smart to have something like this.
% capacity after 1,000 charge-discharge cycles. So amazing specs.
I keep getting ads 30 minutes or so. That's YouTube, man. It just does
charges in 2 hours. I pop it in my bag, and no matter where I go, I can just trust that I've got power. If there's no plug at the coffee shop seat, that's completely fine. And for the likes of Gamescom and BlizzCon, like doing convention work,
Camping? Yeah, camping would be another really good one,
such
too.
an upgrade, which is why it's in my
I got a
EDC.
converter
And of
for my
course,
car.
there's also a
It's the best
12,000
purchase I've ever
milliamp
made.
hour
I think I
version
spent
that is
like 20
absolute
bucks or
price
something like that
performance
on
cake
it.
if you don't need
I've
as
used
much
it
capacity.
for
The good news is,
years.
you
I
can
probably
pick
need
yours
to
up and check
buy
it
a
out.
better
The link's
one, to
down
be
below.
honest with
So,
you, because the one
thanks
that I
to
have is
Ugreen for
shit.
sponsoring.
But yeah,
Let's get into the video.
they're
First,
worthwhile.
the PS5 shenanigans. Sony doubled the price of Horizon Zero Dawn Complete Edition. Yep, 2x. It is now $39.99. It used to be $19.99.
What? On Steam or on PlayStation? Horizon Zero Dawn Complete Edition, $49.99. Includes 2 games. Is it this one? They're pulling a Nintendo? Oh no.
Of course, if you add in the $10 upgrade price, and you get $49.99, which is the remaster's RRP. And it is a bad look. Zero Dawn Complete Edition was part of the PlayStation Hits collection, and every other game in that collection currently retails $19.99. And to make things feel worse, none of this was talked about publicly in any way. You just would go onto the store and find that that's what the game would cost, and you wouldn't.
Of course that's what they're going to do. They're not going to tell you that they're raising prices. This is the thing that I don't think a lot of people understand, and I brought it up in I made a video about Sony's live service, like their trip into live service games, and what people don't understand is that like they lose money even if a game doesn't come out. And Sony, but they're basically doing the same fucking thing right now. Sony put out, and they wanted to make 12 live service games they were going to try to publish by 2026. 12 live service games they were going to try to pump out there. So then what ends up happening is that they go and they pump out all these games. They find out that the vast majority of them are not worthwhile. They're not worth their time or not worth their money. And then as a result, what they do is they walk it back. They cancel a lot of those projects. They shut those studios down, which still results in a lot of wasted money because they're not getting any of that back. Just because they close the studio down doesn't mean they get a refund for all the work that was put in, right? And then you keep that in mind with the fact that they also paid money for Square Enix to make Foam Stars. They paid out for Helldivers. They made their money back on Helldivers for sure. But then you add Concord on top of that and a few other ones, and their live service plans just have not panned out. And of course, at one point in time, they're going to look at their books and say, we need to increase our prices. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to report gains for our shareholders. And also the other thing is that I don't think people realize this either. You know, Spider-Man 2 was supposed to be a fucking massive game for them. Spider-Man 2, they spent 3 times the amount of money to make it, because I think the original Spider-Man cost them about $100 million to make. Spider-Man 2 cost about $300 million plus, and it sold the exact same amount of copies. So they spent more money on the game, more on development, more on everything, and they made less money because they spent too much on it, because they still sold it to the same customer base. So Sony's lost a lot of money over the last couple of years. A lot of money. I think I missed a dono, didn't I? Casual Chris with the $6.99 Canadian says, what do you think of the Dragon Ball game having 90,000 concurrent players on Steam and it's only in its 3rd day of early access? I'll have to look into that. I didn't know that game was doing that well. It doesn't surprise me. Isn't Sparking Zero isn't it based off of like Tenkaichi? Because those games are sick. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Budokai Tenkaichi. Yeah. If that's the case, then yeah, of course it's gonna be fucking popping off. Sparking was the Japanese name. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, it's Budokai Tenkaichi 4. I did not know that. So Sparking Zero is just the name, is what that actually comes out to be. Okay.
Really know any better. What they did here is abundantly clear. It is an artificial price hike. It's just them trying to collect more money. And the thing is, it could actually get them in some trouble. You see, recently Sony stopped selling digital games in retail stores. You can no longer buy game codes. The only place to get a digital PS5 game is the Sony store. And when this happened, regulators in the United Kingdom were actually suspicious. They thought that this could be getting in a monopolistic direction, so I have to wonder how they feel about this. Sony using their complete control over the sales of Zero Dawn digitally.
Oh, God. Oh. Oh, no. Yep. This is, so I've had discussions about this kind of things. This goes in two directions, okay? Direction one is that, so there's two very pervasive things that are happening right now, which is one, everything's going digital, and then two, there's also subscription services. Subscription services alone have their own issues, right? But digital only purchases, where these companies start to, like, at one point in time, you are going to get to the point where they will no longer sell these games in stores. You'll be able to buy codes. And when I say you'll buy codes, you'll buy, like, the gift cards that you can use to, like, load money onto your account. But outside of that, they're not going to see any reason for them to have to print plastic boxes or print plastic cards for every single game that comes out. It's just not worthwhile to them to do so. So what's going to happen, and especially because, like, think about it, we're probably only like a year or so away from GameStop fully shutting down. I don't know if you guys have been to one, but they don't really offer anything worthwhile anymore. There's really no reason for you to have to go into one. Most people aren't even buying discs. Most people are buying digital. What's going to end up happening is that once those stores shut down, you're now going to shift everything onto these online ecosystems within the stores, within these platforms. Steam is the same kind of thing of this, right? And then it gives them too much. But the difference with Steam is that Steam's games aren't the games that are dominating Steam. Make sense? Like, Valve's games aren't the games. I mean, they kind of are. You look at like their free-to-play game with CSGO, right? CSGO has a lot of people, but Sony, on the other hand, operating their own store and putting their products on that store gives them full autonomy to switch and change those prices anytime they want to. And that brings up a lot of concerns for consumer interests, to say the least. A deadlock? Well, the thing is that, like, if I'm not mistaken, at least half of, like, Valve's games are free to play. The rest of them that are on there are super cheap. But yeah.
To artificially...
The other thing is, too, to keep in mind is that there's just general economic concerns for taking products out of stores and selling them yourself. Hello, Legendary Drops. How are you? I'm good. How are you? So, like, that's the other thing to think about as well, right? Because, like, technically, as an example, if Microsoft and Sony today woke up and said, we are no longer shipping codes for our games. If you want to play our games, you have to buy them from our in-game store in our marketplace, or if it's sold on another marketplace like Steam, then you can go ahead and you can buy it on Steam. What happens is that you've now effectively taken away revenue from other sources. That disrupts jobs, that disrupts businesses, that disrupts a lot of different things. It's a lot of problems. Never forget you don't buy. Oh yeah, everybody knows.
Hike the price, because the fair market value per Sony of this game was $19.99, along with everything else in the PlayStation Hits collection. And if the upgrade is worth $10, which is what they charge for it, then surely the fair value of the new version of the game is $29.99. Of course, it's not. That's why the price increase here with the original complete edition feels a little bit artificial. Thing is, this is far from the only strange thing that's happened. Next,
Okay.
we've got to take a look at PC. Well, the good news is us PC gamers have not missed out on the fun, and it's actually more aggressive here. You literally cannot buy Horizon Zero Dawn on Steam, Epic, or standalone. There is only one way you can buy it, and that is the new Horizon Zero Dawn
Which is what we
remastered
just
bundle.
saw.
Yeah, that's the only way.
Buy this bundle to save 0%. What a deal. You know what? Somebody's going to look at this and go, "Oh, okay, I'm getting some something off."
That, of course, does include the current complete edition and the remaster, and it costs $49.99. Now, there are still cases where you can buy the original complete edition because those game keys exist. Sony can't just go and delete all of the game keys that are being sold in other places like, say, GOG, but all of this reveals exactly how they think and their aggressive approach to pricing. Of course, they know their games have got strong long-tail sales, so remakes and remasters can keep the average sale price high for longer and longer.
Yeah.
And of course, on PC, it is just a little bit spicier. 170 countries just lost the official ability to play this game because all PlayStation games on PC will have the PSN element for
I don't know how you can be so blinded by money and so blinded by profit, but so allergic to it at the exact same time. It's fucking tragic. Like how, again, 2/3 of the world can't play your games. And then you want to talk about how you're not hitting sales targets. Then you want to talk about how the market is shrinking and there's less players to sell to. Captain, thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate that. Schrodinger's profit. Yeah. The PSN requirement is just dumb. It is stupid. It is. You know what the funny thing is? I wish that more companies would do. There's other games that have done something similar to this. Like, if you want to get players' user data and you want them to sign up for an account and you want them to get into your ecosystem, why are you not trying to provide them some added value? And the funny thing is, you could provide them added value for free. For free. You don't have to spend any money at all. You could make it where it's like, oh, hey, you can play Helldivers too. But if you sign up for a Sony account, then you'll get a free skin or a free weapon or whatever it might be, some type of added benefit. But the problem is that none of these companies ever think that far. They never think about the messaging behind the fact that they want us to have accounts for everything, when players are just sick and fucking tired of having different launchers and different accounts. We don't want to have anything to do with it. If you want to have this like Sony login bullshit, go do that on your own platform. Go do that. Go make your own Steam, bud. Go make your own Steam. Xbox has their own thing going on. You go ahead and try to see how it works out on your own. But I'm going to tell you right now, this like forced PlayStation login shit that they're doing, it's going to have an impact on their games. It will. It's not going to be monumental by any means, because at the end of the day, players are fucking, we care about these things, but we care about playing good games more than we care about playing anything else. If they put a good game out there, like, players are just going to play it. But this like retroactive bullshit that they've been doing, where they're taking away our ability to play games that we already purchased unless we sign into this account, that's fucked up. That's what I'm talking about when I say that like this is like, the video game industry is so grossly underregulated, it's not even funny. It like, you should not be able to do that. But the problem is that the terms of service and the end user license agreements for these games are so loosely worded that they can literally just word it in there that we're going to come to your house and we're going to put our balls on your chin while you're sleeping and videotape it and put it online, and you can't do anything about it. You signed their agreement. You didn't read it. You didn't read it. You didn't read the 50 pages of legalese. What do you mean you didn't read it? remember, and by the way, these video game companies are no different than like anyone else. Entertainment companies are the same. Look at Disney. Remember, Disney tried to get out of that lawsuit because they wanted to basically say that like the person couldn't sue them for malpractice or wrongdoing in the death of that lady that ate peanuts or something like that when they didn't say that they had peanuts. And they tried to say it's because they signed up for a Disney Plus account, and by signing up for a Disney Plus account under the end user license agreement, the company would take no fault. Like, this is no different than that, man. Like, these companies are so fucking underregulated, and the problem is that like as consumers, we're in such a really difficult position because we have to trust regulators and we have to trust government officials to be the ones to stand up for us on issues that they don't even understand, for one, and issues that they are paid not to vote on by these companies, by lobbyists. This is just an American, the American side of things. I don't know how it works in other countries, but it obviously works pretty similarly, as you know, none the rest of the countries aren't as regulated either. Yeah, the release of liability. Yeah. Yeah, the restaurant didn't respect her peanut allergy. She told them that she had allergies. She said what they were. She said how serious they were, and they still served her peanuts anyway. Something that had peanut in it anyway. Whatever it was.
Linking your PSN account to get trophies, friends lists, and that sort of thing.
I'm sorry, man. Like, it frustrates me and it blows my fucking mind that they can actually just remove your access to a game arbitrarily for no fucking reason. Like, literally just like, hey, retroactively just come in and go, yeah, that game that you bought that you've been playing, you can't play it anymore unless you sign up for one of our accounts. How the fuck does that work? I already paid for this. Now you're coming in and trying to change it? Like, what the fuck, dude?
The PS blog confirmed this, and it does mean that people in the 170 countries are left out. And even worse, they kind of won't be able to get it at all, because the original complete edition doesn't exist. It's only in the remaster. Now, yep, there is the saving grace where game keys for the original exist. You can buy those on GOG or others, but at its core, we're seeing how PlayStation intends to bring the PlayStation model done on the PlayStation Digital Store over to PC, and to have the level of price control that they are used to having. And it's from here that their strategy begins to become clear. To check in with other games, Helldivers 2 took a beating for PSN, but it's now recovered. It's got recent reviews at 81%, and the latest patch.
If the games are good, players will ignore the issue, and they will just straight up buy the game regardless. Like, Helldivers 2 went through this whole entire issue, and now the game's back up on top because the game is good. People don't really care about the whole PlayStation sign-in issue. I understand that. I wish they would. I wish they did a little bit more, but I mean, there's nothing really you can do about it.
Has actually led to a higher baseline in players. Ragnarok got slammed for PSN launch, but it's recovered. It's at 77% now. A modder even made a tool to circumvent PSN, and it surged so quickly in popularity that he took it down because he was afraid of retribution from PlayStation. But of course, check in with the graph, and you can see negative reviews are slowing faster than the positives are rising. So that does mean it's getting more and more positive.
What does Asmongold say? You know, gamers are only one like 30-second trailer away from everything being just fine. It doesn't take long to kill a boycott if it's a good game.
And then Ghost of Tsushima, well, it's at 92%. That is barely a dent, and that's a
so
game
good.
that needed PSN for multiplayer that released when the whole story was exploding. Now, all of this shows something. It tips us off to their real strategy. So let's understand what PlayStation are actually doing. A lot of enthusiasm.
Well, I mean, if I was PlayStation, I would continue to put this like PlayStation login shit into the games, but I would only make sure that it's my absolute best fucking games ever that I'm bringing over to PC. Like, here's the thing. How many people do you think, how many people would ignore the PlayStation login requirement or an increased price for a Bloodborne remastered on PC? It wouldn't even be a conversation. you'd have a couple people that are bitching about it, like the people that were bitching about like De Novo with like Dragon's Dogma 2 or like a couple other games, but it's like if the game is good, nobody gives a shit. Like, what the fuck? What are you over here bitching about anti-piracy? Bro, I'm trying to play this game. Look at Helldivers. All the people that were like, Helldiver, I don't know if you guys remember this or not. Helldivers 2, before its release, had all of these people bitching about how, oh, it's anti-cheat. It has this anti-cheat. This anti-cheat's going to kill the game. Nobody's going to download Helldivers 2 because it has this anti-cheat. Blah, 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 blah. Helldivers 2, 470,000 or 450,000 players in its first 2 weeks.
Enthusiasts are pretty angry at PlayStation. It could be the things I'm talking about today, or it could just be not as many of the Japan-feeling games that they used to have in the past. Those are the people who, of course, will be loving Astro right now. But no, their entire plan is to hit far beyond the immediate enthusiast audience. That audience does not matter. That's why we've not seen them yield in PS.
Remember what I talked about earlier? They don't care about the enthusiast. They don't care about the core gaming audience. They're trying to reach further than that. They want to try to reach into the audience that just blindly buys and doesn't think about the purchases that they're making. But I feel like the chasm between the enthusiast and the blind purchase is growing. It's starting to get filled in. That gap is starting to get filled in. Games are just too expensive nowadays, and I feel like those casual people that would just go and just buy games, the lowest common denominator. I think a lot of the people that used to just go and buy games and didn't question anything, they didn't look up any videos, they didn't do any research or anything before making a purchase. I think for two reasons that side of the consumer is starting to shrink, and it's because of the access of information. It's because of the fact that we have the internet and they see. They're on Twitter, they're on Reddit, they're on YouTube, they're on TikTok, and they're getting information somehow. And then two, on top of that, it's because money's tighter, wages are lower, prices are higher, and people, they want to be smart about the purchases that they make. And even more so, a lot of this is also industry like self-afflicted because of the fact that they've also ripped off their customers for too many years in a row, right? And there's too many big highlight issues that stopped players in their tracks and went, whoa, what the fuck is the video game industry doing? Right? Like, before we never saw anything happen like Cyberpunk 2077, like No Man's Sky the day before. We never saw shit like that. That shit didn't happen. In a lot of cases, I mean, shit, you go back 15 years or 10 years from now. Yeah, you go back about 10 years. You go back 10 years from now, and the vast majority of people can very easily just go make a purchase of a AAA game, and they don't have to worry about it. Like, it's going to be good. It's going to work. I have a couple bugs or whatever, but it's still going to be a good game that was worth my money. Fast forward with all the shit that we've gone through. Fallout 76, there's another one. Fallout 76 was another one of those examples. We didn't see shit like that happen with games, especially on the AAA side of things. But now that stuff's been happening and so many people have been getting ripped off, now you have a lot of people that are like, you know what? I'm not gonna have that happen to me again. I'm gonna go watch a video. I'm gonna do some research. I want to make sure this game actually is what it is. Anthem, yeah, Anthem's another example. I think Anthem's problem though at Babylon's Fall, yeah, but I think Godfall was just a shit game though. It was just a bad video game. It's not that it came out like buggy or anything. They didn't overpromise what the game was going to be, I don't think. Not from my perspective. The trailers looked cool, but like once you actually played it, you're like, holy shit, this game sucks. Anthem though, I feel like Anthem specifically is like the saddest one because like Anthem, if it was supported properly, like if they just gave it another year and gave it support, it probably would have worked out really well. I think that Anthem would have done really well. It actually would have probably competed with Destiny.
And PC. the thing is, they feel like they have to. Their games are so expensive that they need to hit near 10 million sales for one of their big titles to even be worth making. The Insomniac League made...
This is what, again, I brought this up earlier. They're spending too much money on developing these games, and they need to sell at least 10 million copies of a game to turn a profit that's reasonable and makes sense to their investors.
This abundantly clear.
It's not sustainable.
Needed to sell 7.2 million copies at full price in order to...
I want you guys to hear that again. I'm going to turn this up. Listen to this. This is so important. I'm so happy he's bringing this up.
Insomniac League made this abundantly clear. Spider-Man 2 needed to sell 7.2 million copies at full price in order
to break even. 7.2 million copies of Spider-Man 2 needed to sell to break even.
In order to break even. At full price. That's a game that's been out for almost a calendar year, and since then, it's been on sale just 2 times. And there is in fact a sale on right now, but it's a tricky one. It is a sale, you can get it cheaper, but the only thing on sale is the Digital Deluxe Edition. It's 28% off, $57.99 in the UK, so it is cheaper than the regular edition, but it still is pretty damn high. That's another part of their strategy. Do a sale, but only on the Digital Deluxe Edition, so they don't have to decrease the price all that much. Even take Ragnarok. Ragnarok released summer 2022. It's had 8 sales on PSN, and its deepest has only been down to $39.99, which is still a pretty hefty percentage of the original sale price.
It's a really good game, by the way. I really liked Ragnarok. I had a lot of fun with it.
Now, their current strategy is to expand via film and television. It's a major thing. Herman Hulst has talked about it, and it worked incredibly well for The Last of Us. And if things had went right, it would be working for the Horizon television show that would be further along than it is right now. Basically, the director for that got fired this June, so they're undoubtedly pretty pissed off about that, but still, the strategy hasn't changed. And it reminds me of CD Projekt Red. They had a bit of a problem. The Witcher TV show, even though it's extremely mid, has Henry Cavill. It blew up interest, and when it did, Witcher 3 sales surged, but the game only cost a few quid, so they didn't really make as much money as they could have. So what I decided to do was look at the price history of Sony's most recent analog, which of course is The Last of Us. The Last of Us Part 2's deepest sale was down to $9.99 US.
Have they put The Last of Us Part 2 on PC yet? Have they put either one of them on there? Yeah, I mean, like, I'm recognizing that they're, like, not putting their games on sale nearly as much as they have in the past. But I wonder how this is going to work out. Oh, they put Last of Us Part 1 on PC, not Part 2 yet. Okay.
As recent as April 2023. And if you're a show viewer right at the end of Season 1, that would have been awesome. Soon after, though, Last of Us Part 2 Remaster dropped. When it did, Part 2 went back to its default price.
It's fucking crazy that they're doing remasters of remakes. Isn't that what this is? Isn't it like The Last of Us Part 2 and Part 1? Aren't those remakes? Or is it called The Last of Us Part 1? I don't remember. Dude, it's fucking crazy. I can't believe like we're in the era of like remasters of remakes already.
Of $39.99, and its sales only went down to $29.99.
It's so crazy, dude.
Part 2 Remaster was sitting happy at $49.99, with its deepest discount being $39.99. And that means that other than the base product RRP, this is exactly the pricing model that they are doing with.
I have a strong. I think that there's something wrong with Naughty Dog. I think that there might be something wrong in Naughty Dog, and they're not able to produce anything new, and that's the reason why they've been rolling out these remasters and stuff so much.
with Horizon, and that probably means they've got data to support this pricing model working. And well, if you want, you can go and buy The Last of Us Remastered, the PS4 near launch title for.
And by the way, you know, actually, Zara brings up a really good point, and they're like, remember Bethesda Skyrim editions? How many is there? Yeah, and I think it's a sign of something like rotten, something rotten in the core of the company, because when you have a company that's like just trying to farm out their most popular franchise while they're still working on something else, keep in mind, like how many years had it been between Skyrim and, Starfield? They said it's a game that they'd been working on. It's been imagining for 25 years. It was in development for like 10 years or something like that. And then all you kept seeing was them just try to continue to farm the same thing until they could finally get another game out. I wonder if that's the same thing that's happening with Naughty Dog right now.
$19.99, which of course is what it is in the PlayStation Hits collection. The whole point.
I don't think it's pimping it out necessarily. I think what it is, it's them just trying to make whatever money they can to keep the studio itself afloat, to justify the studio being there. I think that's what it comes down to.
Point of their full remake is that the full remake, The Last of Us Part 1, sells for $69.99 right now, which is more than Part 2, and even on sale, the Part 1 remake is $39.99. Now, the reason why I went through all of this is because business has got many different facets. Now, obviously, we are customers. We buy games. That's the bit that we care about, and in so many cases, we're used to buying games on Steam. Steam is one single marketplace, and it's an absolutely ginormous one with so many games, and that means that if you want to get visibility, you gotta hit the sales button. So we're used to sales happening way faster and way deeper than is normal on some.
Oh, it's fucking crazy, dude. Like, I don't think that, like, this is one of the things that I don't think that, like, console gamers understand, is that, like, on Steam, you never feel pressed to buy a game. You never feel pressed to buy a game because, like, there's so many games that are available, one, and two, there's so many sales that are going on constantly. There's so many, like Planet Crafter. I heard this game is absolutely fantastic. You can get it right now for $14.39. Like, the deals that you get on Steam are fucking absurd. Absurd. I would guarantee that probably 90% of my library on Steam are games that I bought on sale. Steam is pro-consumer. Yeah, and look how it works out for them. Look how that works out for them. Works out fucking swimmingly. Tons of deals all over the place. Deals upon deals upon deals. Anytime you log into Steam, you're bound to get hit with a bunch of these 75% off, 50% off, 50% off. There's no better place to buy games. Unless you're on GOG. And then you can get it DRM free and all that good shit.
Other platforms. It's basically a race to the bottom.
We do on PC, we are fucking spoiled. We are spoiled. Not only can we not actually emulate games, but we also have the opportunity to use like Steam if we just want to get like good sales and things like that, or if you want to use GOG. GOG is another really great platform to be able to buy games off of. Like, we're spoiled, man.
Sony, though, do not do that. As you can see today, they diligently work to keep their average sale price high. And there's another company who does it a lot more than Sony do, and that company is Nintendo.
Dude, they are so fucking bad. They are so bad with it. Like, it's crazy that you'll go and you'll see, like, oh, you know, a Mario game that came out like 5 years ago? Yeah, it's $70. Wait, what? That was before the price hike, though. And they're like, yeah, but it's $70 now. Now, mind you, the thing is that, like, if you guys can say whatever you want about Nintendo, but guess what? Guess what? Their games are good. Their games are good. Not all of them. Looking at you, Pokemon. Y'all been falling off. I haven't wanted to play a Pokemon game since White and Black. That's your fault, not mine. I'd totally play Pokemon if it was fucking good, but it ain't good right now. But in a lot of cases with their games are great. In a lot of cases, their games are great and they're well worth the price it's spent on them. And that's the reason why they retain their value. They retain their... Look, dude, this is one thing I'll say when it comes to Nintendo. They wouldn't be able to charge the price they're charging if people weren't buying it. And people aren't buying it because they're stupid. People are buying it because they're good games and they have a lot of fun with it. That's why. And it works. So yeah, you can charge high prices and keep your prices exactly where they are and never put these games on sale. And that works as long as your games are good. And Nintendo, outside of Pokemon, constantly delivers quality. Outside of Pokemon. I make sure I say that.
Nintendo are so confident that their games are so damn good and so damn unique that they just don't do deep sales at all. Now, obviously...
Except for the fact that they haven't made Star Fox. I traded in and I got rid of my my Nintendo Switch to get a Steam Deck. I will be getting a Nintendo Switch 2 once they announce it. I'm hoping... I thought that they would announce the Nintendo Switch 2 before Christmas this year. I would get it.
Retailer can do whatever they want, but look at the eShop pricing. Tears of the Kingdom is $69.99. It has never been on sale in the eShop. It's always been that price. They've only discounted Super Mario Odyssey 5 times in the eShop since 2021, and even then, that's only been from its current price of $59.99. Yeah, no default decrease in sale price, from $59.99 to $39.99. And then there's Smash Ultimate. It came out in 2018. It has shifted over 30 million copies, and on the eShop, it has never been.
Bro, why do you think they make so much money? Look at that. They shipped 34.6 million copies of Smash Brothers Ultimate. They're like, hey, don't you guys think you've made enough money? And they're like,
it has never been discounted.
Why would we?
Never.
Why would we bring the price down if people are still buying it?
Valuable. Nintendo disagrees, and they still sell millions of copies of their games. This is exactly what Sony wants, but it perhaps might even be more than what they want. It may also be what they need, because their games are so stupidly expensive. Just think of the Spider-Man example. So it's no wonder then that Sony's PS5 Pro has no disc drive. They want digital because that gives them full price control, and if you do buy physical, you will need to buy their upcharged $79.99 disc drive.
But you know what the funny thing is? You know what the biggest difference between these two companies is, though, is that like Sony needs to force the consumers into that position, where Nintendo doesn't need to do that. They still put out game cartridges for their games. They're not doing digital only download and that's it, and it's the only way for you to be able to get these games. That's not how they're controlling these prices at all. Fuck, I tell you right now, I'd probably say one of the reasons why GameStops are still staying in business at the moment is probably because of Nintendo games.
The rest, and this,
if Nintendo's next console doesn't have like physical cartridges anymore, that'll probably be the end of GameStop. But I would guarantee, here's the thing, there's a lot of things that Nintendo does that I don't like, but there's a lot of things Nintendo does that I fucking love, and I wish more of the companies would follow. And it's some of the reasons why, like, Nintendo has a very even approach. It's a very even approach. We give you really good games and the games that you want to play. You give us money. We don't try to do anything that stomps all over you as a consumer, but we're not going to give you discounts. Fair trade. We're going to give you the ability to still be able to use SD cards or whatever it is that you plug into the Switch. You're still going to have physical copies of games. We're not going to fuck with you. That's cool. There's things that they do that I really like. There's a lot of things they don't do. Or the things that, like how they are with piracy, copyright protection, and stuff like that. That's definitely overhanded. But yeah.
Makes it clear. The Insomniac leak tells us that Spider-Man 2 was budgeted at $270 million, with a cost overrun taking it to around $300 million. And the thing is, they expect that to go up. Part of the leaks included slides from what appeared to be an internal postmortem where Ted Price, Insomniac CEO, had disturbing things to say, worrying things to say for the health of the
God.
industry. One slide read, "We have to make future AAA franchise games for $350 million or less."
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Where? Why? What? Where is this coming from? We need to make. They need to be $350 million. What do you mean they need to be $350 million? Did it cost to develop? But we need to spend $350 million to develop a game. Black Myth Wukong cost a developer a game science around $43 million to make, but it took more than that for the other. Like, basically what it ended up being, I think it cost them like I guess this just came out. Never mind. Games Radar just posted this. $43 million to make. $43 million to make. And a lot of people are going to go, in China, dude. Do you think they were using slave labor? Like, don't get me wrong, wages are low for sure. Okay, Space Marine 2 is less than half of Doom Eternal's budget.
So in terms of the budget for Space Marine 2, it was less than half of what Doom Eternal's budget was. Now, of course, this would suggest that because the game was sold at around $60 on Steam, $70 on console, that it's already very, very highly profitable.
Okay. Why don't you tell me the fucking number? $60 million? It cost $60 million to advertise part of the show. That's not really telling me what I want to know either. Bro, Baldur's Gate 3 didn't even cost $350 million. $120 million? Yeah, I'm not sure about the validity of it either. 120, so probably like $60 million for them to develop Space Marine 2. The problem is that these motherfuckers are overspending on people that's just not necessary. A lot of this stuff comes down to the fact that what ends up happening in AAA development right now is that they are overspending because they're bringing in and they're hiring consultancy agencies. They're hiring in, they're contracting people to do their QA rather than doing their QA in-house. They're spending twice the budget of the game on marketing fees. They're not hiring the right leadership, so game development itself is taking longer. There's so much shit and such a lack of clear vision, and there's nothing lean about making AAA games in at these like high production studios. And the funny thing is that they're not doing shit to move the medium forward. From my perspective, they're not. US is more expensive, but they're also wasting. It's more of the waste than it is anything else. If Space Marine 2, if we can say Space Marine 2 was developed for $100 million or $120 million, they did that in the fucking US. Or no, I think they did it in their Russian studio or something like that. But here's the thing. Guess what's going to end up happening? It doesn't matter if people are like, oh, well, you know, it only costs that much. Well, then what's going to end up happening to the games industry if they don't figure things out is they're just going to move their games and have their games made in China. If I'm a business, if I'm running a business and it's going to cost me $350 million to make a game in the US versus making a game that's even better, that will sell even more copies, and I made it, and instead I make it in a studio in China and it cost me $70 million instead. Yeah, if I'm getting a higher quality game and I'm spending less to make it, yeah, I'm going to move my business to China. That's what you're going to end up seeing. You're going to see them move it to Eastern countries. They'll move it to cheaper places, hire cheaper labor. It's on them to be able to control these costs, and they're not controlling costs. That's the problem. The issue that I'm trying to bring up is the fact that these companies are not controlling costs of these games. They balloon their budget. Well, over 9,000 people contributed to the creation of Diablo 4. This role includes 2,400 people that were working on the game's sound design and 902 art roles. Can you guys tell me, does Diablo 4 look like a game that was developed by... Does it feel like a game that was developed by over 9,000 people? Yeah, 2,400 people in sound design. Does Diablo 4 represent a game that would need such a crazy fucking insane budget that they spent on it? Because they likely spent $400 million. They probably spent $400 million plus on Diablo 4. Keep in mind, when I say actually, they probably spent even more than $400 million on Diablo 4. Keep in mind, Diablo theme song. They paid Halsey. Where is it at? Yeah, they paid Halsey and Suga to make a Diablo theme song. I'm not gonna play the song or anything, but they paid two incredibly popular and expensive musicians to write a song about their video game. And the church in which you see them in, they paid to have an entire church in France, a decommissioned church in France. They paid to remodel the entire inside to be Diablo themed. We have to spend $350 million. We have to. Our games aren't making enough money, guys. I don't understand what's wrong. They're burning money. They are burning money. It's incompetent fucking project management. Incompetent project management and leadership. It's disgusting. Don't forget about Megan Fox. I think that was money well spent. I think the money that they spent on Megan Fox was... I think that was worth it. I mean, did you see what she was wearing? Let's be reasonable. Let's be reasonable. Yeah, no problems here. No.
But worse, it continued saying this. In today's dollars, that's like making Spider-Man 2 for $215 million. Yeah, inflation's rough. Of course, it cost $300, so pretty disturbing. And assuming that these...
I haven't seen her whole outfit. Oh, no problem, Witch. I got you. Now you want to know what's good? This is good marketing. This is good marketing. You didn't need to remodel a church. You throw her on a random set. You light some candles in the background. You put a hot chick in a revealing dress. And you say, let's talk about Diablo 4. This is money well spent. This is money well spent. And that was a re-uploaded one.
This won't happen, and they're talking about 350. Well,
I would guarantee you that the Megan Fox ads sold more copies of Diablo 4 than the Halsey song and the fucking church that they remodeled. Guarantee it.
I think we're going to get close to 400 million. I mean, there's a slide that projected 385 million for Spider-Man 3 and 305 million for Wolverine. So even with
$305 million for the Wolverine game. That shit better be good.
120 million a game being chipped in from Marvel, those numbers are insane. Spider-Man 1 took 2 years and 100 million to develop. Peanuts compared to its sequel, and part of the leaked slide is...
Yeah, keep that in mind. Spider-Man 2, which had only came out, I think, 3 years or 4 years before the Spider-Man 2, the sequel, cost a third of the price to make. But somehow, within 3 years, the cost for them to make the next game more than tripled? How does that make any sense?
Just a brutal line that says, is 3x the investment in Spider-Man 2 evident to anyone who plays the game?
No.
I think to most of us the answer would be, some budget increase is evident, but not triple. Those are yesterday's numbers. Leave a comment. What do you think The Last of Us Part 3 will end up costing? You see, Naughty Dog...
Oh, like 400 million, 500 million probably?
First, it'll probably fit the end-of-generation sort of swan song game that has actually kicked off many of Sony's biggest franchises. After that, for the PlayStation 6, they've got to do The Last of Us Part 3. That's something that will be holding down The Last of Us as a brand, as an IP, also the television show. So if that's 400 million, I certainly wouldn't be surprised. And if your games cost that much, if you need to sell 7.2 million at full price just to break even, and I suppose that's not even including payment processing costs.
Yeah, see, that's the thing that, like, so I brought this up in a clip where I kind of undressed a tweet that I saw where somebody was like, Spider-Man 2, cost this much, Sony makes this much money, apparently this isn't enough. And it's like, no, it's not enough. It isn't, because like people don't understand, like if they're saying it brought in this much revenue, that's revenue is before interest and taxes and everything like that, before any other costs that are associated with it. And one of those costs is going to be by platform or publisher or all kinds of different things. I mean, obviously it's a Spider-Man game. It's made by themselves. So I guess they're not going to have to pay any like 30% off of any other platforms or anything, but still, there's still profits are after all calculate. No, revenue. Yes. Revenue is before all calculations. It's before any other cut. It's before taxes. It's before any fees. There's licensing fees, localization costs, local taxes and things like that. There's tons of other stuff that's going to come out of there.
You know it's a high-risk game, but of course it is. What we see is Sony fighting where they are strongest. They're going for cultural dominance, something that Microsoft just does not have whatsoever, and that means that every Sony game has got to be an event. Those are the jewels in their crown, and ideally live services will keep them a little bit more healthy in between. They look at Nintendo, they see that Nintendo do not discount their games because they're goddamn Nintendo. You cannot get a Nintendo game elsewhere. They do not need to do a sale.
Nope.
You will buy Smash, and over 30 million of you have. Sony won't.
Yeah. And people will continue to buy the games because the games are meeting player expectations. I think that's like one of the things that a lot of people... It's one of the things that a lot of people just don't realize when it comes to Nintendo specifically, is that like the reason why people don't bitch about Nintendo all that much is because of the fact that Nintendo just continues to deliver. And a lot of these other companies don't.
The same. They wanted to be
Cat
so
fed? No, I
got
gotta feed him after this video.
Game even close to The Last of Us Part 3 on
He wasn't awake
Microsoft
yet, so I wasn't
console,
gonna feed him.
or whatever the next Ghost title is after the one they've just revealed. That is what they are doing. They want it to be at the stage where Microsoft literally cannot compete, in the same way that nobody's able to compete with Nintendo.
Microsoft
And
can't even
if
compete to begin
Microsoft's
with.
usual is anything to go by, Sony will crush them. But people will not be happy for it because they will be paying more money. If you end up paying $79.99 for The Last of Us Part 3 on launch, I would not be surprised. But as they say, content is king. Cultural value is an important thing. It's a little touch of the meaning that we want from things, that we want from a television show that's fantastic or a game that's fantastic. Microsoft...
If you're going to charge those prices, you have to be meeting what the price, or you have to be meeting the value that we are looking for.
Microsoft struggles to do that. Sony is able to do it, but at absurdly ballooning costs. Those costs probably won't fall to pieces, and that means Sony needs to innovate not just by pumping out games, but also by innovating on pricing strategy, which is exactly what we've just saw them do. And on the topic of price, even though there's been nothing but bad news, Ubisoft's stock just surged. You can watch the next video to find out why.
Well, yeah, people are buying Ubisoft stock right now because they think that the company is going to be acquired, and in the acquisition, they'll be able to make money. It's the same thing people did with Activision Blizzard before Activision Blizzard got purchased. I'll link the video to you guys if you guys don't follow Bellular. Make sure you guys give Bellular a sub. He's been at it for a long time. He's one of the goats when it comes to gaming news. He was mostly focused on mostly World of Warcraft stuff, but I think they split off into two channels. So they have Bellular News, and then they have Bellular Warcraft, where it's all the Warcraft related or Diablo related content is all over on one platform. Let me who is that? Bellular is his name. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm gonna feed my cat, and then I'll be right back. Give me just a minute. All right, oh god, ran into the microphone. Okay. Let's see here. That's all good. All right, let's play some Warframe. Let's play some Warframe. Let's save this article because I might end up actually covering it. It's a really interesting topic, and it kind of dives into the things that we were talking about today already. Space Marine 2 developer actually came out and was talking about some stuff. Talking about how people are spending way too fucking much money making these video games. I think it's a good opportunity to have that discussion over again. Personally. Warframe. I have graham crackers who has chocolate bars. My mom has like one of these like little like pit fires outside their house they turn on. They make s'mores and stuff all the time when they're sitting outside. I haven't played in 2 weeks. Now I have a ton of updates. There's so much stuff to do in Warframe right now. I put the game dev caution video in the Discord React channel. I don't know if it's the right type of video, and it's from a while back. I'll take a look at it. Since it's very well known, commercializing is like 2 to 3 times the development cost. Yeah. Currently, across the board, what we've seen is that the vast majority of disheartened with the Prime. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Change my status to Warframe. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's pretty well known that right now the marketing costs have shot up a lot. Marketing costs have shot up a lot. And I don't really understand why, especially because it's so cheap to market games today. If anything, your money is going to be better spent marketing the game, probably through like content creators and stuff more than anything else, doing sponsored streams and whatnot. It's really surprising to me that like a lot of the sponsors that have reached out, which I have a lot of sponsors that I have to get through in the next like month or two, because they've been kind of like racking up in the background, and I haven't really been putting a lot of them into the videos. There's only 2 games. Like I guess not. There's 4. So 4 regular like brands, and then like 3 games that have like sponsored, but nobody wants to sponsor like streams. They don't want to sponsor like dedicated videos. They just want to do like a 30-second ad spot, and I think a 30-second ad spot's just not enough for a game, personally. YouTube ads? I mean, they are spending some of it on YouTube ads, but I can't imagine YouTube ads being that expensive. Give me that coupon, bro. Yeah, no, that's actually pretty solid. I might end up actually using that. 50%'s a nice one to see.
Messages in your inbox, operator.
But then I won't have. But then I won't have 666 platinum. Isn't Warframe like 10 years old? Yeah. Doesn't look 10 years old to me. What do you think about Throne and Liberty? I'm in the mindset now that when it comes to MMOs, I'm gonna give it like a month or 2 before I see if I think it's something that's like worthwhile to actually, you know, spend time and money on, or like time on. I guess it would be money because those games are free to play, right? Receiver stock. Oh, I didn't get the other part for the gun. Those buns are next gen. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that doesn't look like a fucking 13-year-old. I shouldn't say that. Never mind. Walk that back a little bit there. It's like, wait a minute.
Operator, did you hear that?
It wasn't gonna come out the way that I thought it would.
Cosmic background radiation is a riot.
I'll run these. Edgy Joka incoming remembers he's streaming. Yeah, I know. Like, I was gonna say something dumb and I'm like, wait a minute. Concord coming back as free to play? Yeah, most likely it's gonna be coming back as free to play. I mean, if they're already doing back-end updates in large sizes and have been doing it for quite a while already, they've been doing it for over a month. Yeah.
The fastest way to locate Azul's Archons is to upload me to Narmer's systems. I shall be strong where he was not.
I actually think it's kind of fucking crazy that I even play this game.
Here is a terminal.
I was thinking about it the other day, and like, this game is like, when I used to watch people playing this, I used to think to myself, I'm like, man, this game is way too fast-paced. There's way too much shit going on. There's no way I can ever play a game like this. And then I look and I see myself like dip diving and fucking bullet jumping and spinning and rolling and shit all over the place, and I'm like, man, this shit must look real. Like, I think to myself when I like watch, like, if I like watch back a stream just to like find a clip or something like that, or a discussion, I always think to myself, I'm like, man, if I didn't play this game, I'd be like, this shit looks fucking crazy. And you know what the funny thing is that I was one of those people, and I can relate to that.
Stay focused. There's a heavy.
I can relate to that. Let me know if it's too loud for you guys. Excuse me.
Area completed. Move on.
I mean, the game does look like fucking chaos on the screen, but it's controlled chaos, you know what I mean? Get over here, bitch.
Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno.
I've been lost in the sauce the whole time. That's how it works, baby. Warframe is the multitaster's dream. It's like my favorite game to stream specific. Like, it really is my I don't know why, because like you would think it would be like with as much shit that's usually going on when you're playing it. But I love streaming Warframe. It's such a stream-friendly game. Like, not only is it like super easy for viewers to like just hop into my party and play, but it also doesn't like require like all of my attention, so it's easy for me to be able to like continue to talk about random shit and interact with people in chat and whatnot. It's like it's stream like, and that's actually kind of one of the reasons why I think it's crazy that the game's not more popular for streaming than it is, because it's so streamer friendly. It's not even funny.
There's a heavy unit approaching. Terminal hacked. Keep moving.
Turn it down slightly. I got you. Let me know how that is. Should be good now.
This will take a moment.
Warframe is a great game. Devs are super nice. Devs are super fucking nice.
Still working on it.
Devs for this game are fucking insane. I think the reason a lot of streamers aren't good at talking to chat, and it's very chill to talk in chat, is, but yeah. I mean, like, I prefer games like that to begin with because I would rather be able to, like, interact with people and talk the entire time rather than be somebody that, like, sits here and just, like, plays a game and doesn't talk or say anything. Like, there's certain games that I just don't like playing on stream because I know that I'm just gonna want to sit there and play the game and not talk at all. And there's also the other thing is as well is there's games that are like too complex where I don't want to sit here and ask chat for every single thing that happens, or have to like see chatters constantly like telling me things that I need to be doing or things that I should do or whatever. Coffee Stain, Satisfactory devs, but even them are no one in the community focused is as focused as DE is. Yeah, I plan on doing a review for Satisfactory. I've been playing that in my off time. I've really been enjoying it. But I don't know if like that'd be like a really fucking boring game to stream, I think. What do you mean? Do you have the heirloom? I'm in the heirloom. Any interest in horror games? Like what ones? It depends on what kind of. I like survival horror, like ones that actually have like combat and boss fights and stuff like that. I like Resident Evil.
You abandoned me. In the hour of my sacrifice, you turned your face away. And so
I should play this at some point, but Destiny sunk cost fallacy. The one thing that I'll say is this, is that like in the like Destiny versus Warframe like conversation, which is a conversation that's happened many times over the year. One thing that I'll say is this. If you're coming to Warframe to fill the need of Destiny, you're not going to be happy because Warframe does not offer what Destiny offers. If you're coming to Warframe because you like looter shooters and like making builds and customization and making your character look cool and shit like that, then Warframe is a good game and a good experience for you. But I recommend to anybody that is like coming from Destiny and wants to give Warframe a shot, do not look at Warframe as the game that's supposed to fill the void that, you know, Destiny's no longer able to fulfill for you, because it's just not going to work.
Azul's project is consuming huge amounts of cryotic.
Sounds similar to D2 but different. It's very different because it just like there's something about the Destiny gameplay loop that I will concede from, and this is my perspective, not everybody's going to share this and some people are going to disagree. There's something about Destiny's gameplay loop. One, the gameplay loops are completely different. You know, you drop into a mission, you run a mission, you go to another mission. It's all mission based stuff. It's not necessarily like strikes and shit. Warframe's gameplay. I actually like sorry. I like Destiny's gameplay more than I like Warframe's gameplay loop. I prefer running dungeons. I prefer, like, you know, when I say dungeons, I mean like strikes and stuff like that. I prefer that kind of gameplay loop over Warframe. I prefer having raids, you know, these very interesting crafted, you know, crafted scenarios for you to run through. I prefer, you know, having a good PvP like the Crucible. I like the dungeons in Destiny. There's a very like casual MMO feel that Destiny gives that Warframe doesn't. But that's not a bad thing. That's not a mark against Warframe as a game. It's just the two games fulfill different purposes. They're for different people, for different tastes.
The excavator has lost power. Find another cell and bring it to the unpowered excavator.
Let's bring some batteries over here. No? No batteries? Not gonna bring me anything, huh? I tried Destiny about a year ago on the free trial. I saw how much I couldn't do without cracking open the wallet, and I quit. Yeah, like, and that's the funny thing is that, like, Destiny's not like a pay-to-win game or anything like that. Destiny's just a game where, like, for you to get access to everything, you gotta spend a lot of fucking money. You gotta spend a lot of money. Where, like, at the very least, when it comes to Warframe, at least the one thing that I can tell people that are, like, from Destiny, they're like, you know, I've always wanted to give Warframe a try. Like, literally everything in the game is completely available for free. There is nothing that you cannot earn just by playing the game. They've made that now for, I think, because even now, like, well, the Tenogen stuff you have to buy. So, like, when I say Tenogen is, it's community created skins, cosmetics that are made by the community. That stuff you have to pay cash for because there's like a legal thing to it, because part of the revenue goes back to the people that made the skin, the artists that made the skin. But outside of that, everything else in the game is completely earnable just by playing the game. That's it. You just play the game, you can earn, you can earn platinum. You don't need to spend a dime on it. But I mean, there's definitely some roadblocks the game will hit you with a little bit early on in the game, like limited inventory slots and stuff like that you'll want to get around. But so far as all the games, like story content and all that stuff, you could totally play this game's entire story without spending a dime. Undoubtedly. Like, it wouldn't even be hard. And really, like, I think for me, and probably for a lot of other people, that's one of the reasons why, like, I would come back to the game, or I keep coming back to the game. I keep coming back because it's just fun to play. But, like, if my schedule gets busy and there's other games that I need to be playing, and then, Warframe dailies and weeklies are kind of, gonna have to go by the wayside for a bit, well, then at that point, that's when I would just, I'd take a break from it. But, and then if I was at that point, taking a break from it is really just me coming back to play the story content, because the story content's just that good. I'm making a new player guide for Warframe to get over exactly what you just said, Steven. Because I thought the exact same thing. Like, literally, I thought the exact same thing. And when you log in, especially with how much the game bombards you with so much shit, it's so easy to feel that's the case. It's not the case, though. It's not overwhelming at all. You can overwhelm yourself if you want to, but you don't have to. Like, there's nothing you have to be doing in this game. And the thing is that the game's difficulty doesn't ramp until so much later into the game that, like, you have all the time in the world to figure out, like, where to find specific weapon mods, how to get certain weapons, how to get certain warframes, like all those things. Like, you'll have all that stuff figured out way before the game ever gets difficult enough for you to be able to even give a shit about it in the first place.
The excavator has lost power. Find another cell and bring it to the unpowered excavator. This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
That's one of the neat things about Warframe, even with 4K hours in, it's still just nice to hop on sometimes. Yeah. I'm still committed to saying that, like, I still stick with what I said, though. The one thing that I think would alleviate a lot of the issues for new players with this game would be them starting out with 5 weapon slots and 5 Warframe slots. I think the number that they have players start out is just fucking, it's just not good.
Keep it powered and protected from enemy fire.
5 and 5 to start would be a great place to be.
Go to the dig site. This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields. Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact.
I like how the game never ends and my characters never change. That part's always really good too.
Look for power carrier foes. Strike them down and bring their cells back to the excavators.
500 plat, 10 for weapons. I think that's way too much. The game's not a charity.
Artifact is now lost to us.
You have to create a need. You have to create a need for people to want to purchase things. People aren't going to purchase things out of the goodness of their heart. They do need to be put into a position in which they are pressured to spend money on the game. As much as people would probably like not to believe that because they think that, like, oh fuck, I ran out of mana or energy. I could have switched to my op, but I didn't.
Excavator destroyed. That artifact is now lost to us.
Comey update came with more incarnants, right? Yeah, there's 2 new incarnants.
Elsewhere for his supplies. Good work.
Oh no! Well, that's great. God damn it. I didn't realize I was that far away from everybody. What happened? I ran out of mana and I didn't have my shield up and I thought I was going to be fine and I was not fine. I got knocked down and then I was too far away from everybody else so they couldn't get to me fast enough to be able to revive me. It's my fault. I wasn't paying attention. Energy is what it is, not mana. I see blue and I think mana. It's the thing that I use to spend on stuff to cast spells. So from my perspective, it's mana.
Anything about orders in there?
I've heard the Okina is really good now. I've heard that the Okina incarnate is like super strong.
Whatever Pazul may preach, Oriel and his fellow beasts.
It's super anime, is it?
To rule. Era is merely a tool to them. We must strike where we can.
I think I was watching like I think I tuned into Brozine's stream a little bit while he was leveling some stuff up. I usually try to pop into some of the other streamers' chat just to fucking bullshit with them if I can. Or sometimes I just tune in while I'm eating, see what they're talking about. Go away. Fucking spinny boy. Get that heat up. Oh, it's this way. I like how I just turned into a floating ball of fire.
Oreo is here. Strike fast. Use cover.
Kill that motherfucker.
And do not let him heal.
Looks so fucking cool though. Big damage. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I forgot how to kill these. Steel Bones with the $5 says, I know you already moved on from Concord, but I find it funny that Supersonic Jet is also making a comeback in 2025. That's actually really funny. I didn't know that. Well, didn't I thought the Concord airplanes only failed because of but how do you break these guys? Obviously we're having problems. None of us know what we're doing. Break their belts? Somebody knew what they were doing. Just not me. I don't see that one very often. It's usually a fucking snakehead or the other one. Oh, come on.
This gate only opens to Narmer prayers.
Narmer.
And use those.
I wonder how it would feel to be mind controlled. Probably pretty fucking terrifying. Probably not good. Where you at, punk ass bitch? Give me your hat. Fucking music in this game always bangs. Always. Uh-oh.
The Deacon is invulnerable. Take down his flock first, then him.
What game is this? It's called Super Mario Brothers Big booty edition. How much longer am I playing this? I'm about to drop. I don't know. Go to sleep, dude. Have you ever done the deep bow emote with Ember? Jesus Christ, man. Y'all are fucking... fucking degenerates. He's lying, it's Metroid Prime. Yeah.
On Tau, the owl was solitary. He seemed to think himself above us.
Yeah, I think it's really important to keep in mind if you play a game like Warframe, you don't need to, like, there's nothing you need to do. Like, you just, like, especially as a new player, you just push the star chart. You just keep doing the missions in order until you've, you know, done all of the, until you've done all the quests and the story missions, and you unlock a bunch of stuff while you're doing all that stuff, and then, yeah, there you go. That's how it works. What am I getting stuck on? Have you ever been arrested? Wouldn't you like to know? Actually, if somebody's been arrested, that's effectively doxing. You can get doxed pretty quick because of that. And I'm pretty sure if you get arrested, isn't all your information like publicly available at that point? Where are they at? Where's the Eximus? I don't see the green boy. Might be dead already. Folded them motherfuckers. Get on the ground. What? How'd you survive? Their hitbox is really weird, by the way. I just want to make that public knowledge. The hitbox is really weird. Give me your soul. Your soul is mine.
Boreal is down. Narmer's spine eyes
Boreal.
torn out. Excellent work.
Sentinel's headshot areas are even weirder than Corpus Moa's. Yeah, isn't the Moa like in their like fucking like chest or something like that? Like in the lower region. There's like a little light, you can see it. Steel Path can jump in difficulty. Yeah, but I mean, Steel Path is like way later into the game as well. Oh! Streamer luck? Look here, okay? Look here. I have an arrangement. I have an arrangement, okay? I help the game get more players by making great content, and DE ups my rates. That's the deal we made.
Operator, a communication awaits your attention.
I was like, I will only play your game under one circumstance. And like, what's that? And I'm like, I never want to feel like I need loot. Top Forge Blue isn't streamer luck. It's a curse. I know, actually. It is actually kind of sad. Especially because I have so many blue Tau Forge to be good. Don't worry, I still got you covered. Don't. Dude, you better be careful. You got... Oh, shit. We're about to have a fucking drug war. We're about to have a drug war. We're about... This isn't good. If one dealer finds out about the other one... Not good, man. Not good. Let's look at Kome. I like the look. I like the look a lot, actually. I don't know if I like the stance, though. Appearance. There's a dual haunt. Ooh. Do I like it better, though? No, I like the long hair better. That's her noble animation. Ooh, I actually kind of like the agile a little bit. I just realized that Kome has negative ass. Like, ass fully removed. No ass here. I like this one better. She's very bare. Let's put some attachments on her. I actually do like the shoulders. I don't really want to cover them necessarily. But if I colored them in a similar design, they actually might look really cool depending on what you put with them. Put some fucking tentacles on her. What do you guys think? Fucking, you know, tentacles make everything better, right? I don't think any of the shoulders look very good on her, to be honest. I mean, the broken veil doesn't look too bad. I'll use these. Because it still like exposes the the joint orb in her arm, and I think that could probably look really good if I can get the coloring right. Oh, I was wondering, like, what is this color differentiation? I didn't realize that they did this. So they made this so you know, like, what you actually own and what you don't. So you know if you have to buy something or not. I like that a lot, actually. The problem is that, like, all attachments, like, cover up her base skin, and it makes it look like shit. It cover ups like the cool parts of her base skin, and I don't like that at all. Like, I like Kome's design, but I feel like her design wasn't made with like attachments in mind. What the fuck is that? How did I not see these ones before? Oh, this is actually really nice. Oh, I forgot. It comes with the Volt Raijin bundle. Sakura Storm, Volt Raijin bundle. And this comes with both of them? Does this come with both of them, or is there a better deal where I can get these and everything else? No, I have not grabbed the Halloween color palette. I'll do that in a second. I kind of actually like the Volt stuff better than the bow. Oh, I guess that actually does look pretty good. I see where you're coming from. I like this though. I like both actually. Oh shit, I'm hitting too many buttons.
Ordis did not think the operator could be more attractive. Wrong again, Ordis.
I'm having a hard time picking here, guys. I wish we could layer ephemeras, because I would like to put like the lotuses on her. And an ephemera. And one of these. You know what I mean? Ah. Ooh. Actually, the fucking tails actually really work with her. Signa. Ember Heirloom. Oh yeah, we're going this route. I think I need to change her, Actually, I don't like. I wish that they would, you know, would not stand like a weirdo when I'm trying to edit stuff. Okay, there's that. Fire is always great. Yeah, I think I might go with like a fire theme for her, I think. Also, to be able to color accessories individually would be really nice. Yeah. I just want to start making my own builds. I'm living on Overframe. Aren't Overframe builds kind of like shit though? I just take builds from like community members, and if it sucks, then I make fun of them for it. You know what I mean? I feel like this is the best way to go about doing it. I hate this so much. It gets caught on everything. Like, it's just like... It only looks good if you're standing still. I like stuff that makes me look cool even when I'm in motion. You know what? That actually kind of works here. It's kind of got that, like, Shrine Maiden-esque look to it, actually. If that's the case... Yeah, we'll keep that. That's ideal. Blame somebody else. I know, it's like literally the best thing you could possibly do. Okay, what are we doing for color scheme here? Primary. Okay, I like where we're going here. Emissive. Oh, I see. I was like, look, I couldn't see the emissive. I couldn't see where it was. Okay. Energy. Okay, I like this. I'll probably just copy paste this for this bandana. Oh yeah, that worked out really well. And the accessories. I don't know. I feel like I should change. No, I guess it actually does work pretty well. I think this looks pretty good. What do you guys think? Bro, going for the Gyaru, you motherfucking shut up. Wasp Queen? Yeah, I could see that. Might actually... I think that looks pretty good. I generally never watch streams or even write in chat. This is probably like the best place for you to do it because like the community is still like relatively small. So it's easy for you to like meet people and like talk and chat and stuff like that and not just be like overwhelmed by like a long list of it looks classy. It does look classy actually. I like the way it looks. I like being classy.
Lay 'em low. That's all we have time for.
But yeah, it's not like a crazy chat or anything like that. It's easy for you to talk to other people or, you know, interact with the streamer, all that good stuff. It's you don't get like lost in the haze. Especially like this time of stream, right? Because like the news part of stream is usually like where all the hype and all the conversations and shit are. And then, you know, this is the gaming part of it where we just kind of chill and vibe out and play games and, you know, we're not being all fucking crazy.
Ready to kick.
Bottom.
Doesn't really matter. We'll just throw some random mods on her for now, and then we'll level her up. What, like Sanctuary Onslaught, right? I should be able to get us there pretty quick. Diablo 4 good now? Is Diablo 4 good now?
Kill everything you encounter. Do not relent. The integrity of this experiment relies.
I drink beer and be crazy. Yeah, you can do whatever the hell you want, man. Ooh. It's cool looking. I like the effect. It's still mid? What's mid? Oh, Diablo 4. I never watch streams either, but I dig this channel. Well, I'm glad that you do. I think that there's like one of the things that I notice a lot of streamers do that like I personally like I can't do a lot of. Like I think like there's some times, like there's certain times to do things. I think I look around a lot of the time and I see a lot of people that are like acting up. Like they're playing stuff up, and you should play stuff up, but like I see people that like play shit up all the fucking time, and like I feel like that would drive me insane. It drives me insane as a viewer, but it also drives me insane as like somebody that wasn't viewing, somebody that, like just watching. Like, okay, yeah, can you talk to me like a normal? Can you talk like a normal person for a minute? What does 2 do? Kill 20 enemies that are within 10 meters. Exaggerating is good for comedy, but I hate fakeness. Yeah, so like my thing is that like I think it's important to like act things up for like entertainment purposes, but I think like when I see people that are doing it like the entire fucking time, it's just like, oh dude. Like everything, like it might be entertaining for some people. I mean, for me. But I kind of appreciate that shit at the same time because like motherfuckers grinding. If you're fucking putting that much energy into your shit, I mean, you obviously care about it. But I think that's probably one of the more important things. Nothing's more boring than watching somebody that obviously does not care about what they're doing. I cannot fucking tell you how many times I've popped into like random streams and stuff like that, and you just see somebody that's just like 0 viewers, 0 viewers, sub goal is 500, at 50 subs I fucking, you know, do something crazy, like it's just like, and then like literally if you go in there, it's just like them just, you know, the lights are off, the only light you can see is the light that's reflected off of the computer screen on their face, and they're like fucking sunk into their chair and playing fucking World of Warcraft or something. But I'm gonna make it one day. I'm a streamer, and I've even seen, like, you'll even see people that are like that, that'll have like in their personal description, it'll say professional streamer, and I'm like, good fucking lord. God, dude, your parents must hate you. They're like, the fucking basement smells, the towels are crusty, he eats all our food. I streamed for a short while because I talked to myself, never again. I talk to myself a lot too. But it's usually me yelling at myself. You're like, you fucking idiot. You're so stupid. With wall latch. What is wall latch? Is that my one? Hey, give me a break. I try. Hey, man, you're the most professional streamer I know, Fonzarelli. Ain't nobody got it like you, bud. How was your podcast yesterday? You guys have a good show?
Increased efficiency. I trust you will be able to complete this study, Hunter?
No black hair, no piercings. You talking about me? I don't have black hair. I never got any piercings. I've never gotten a tattoo. I've never had any. Okay, I take it back. There was a slight interest that I had at one point that I wanted to get a tattoo. And then I realized it was completely for like vanity purposes of like wanting attention. And then I was like, nah, you're not gonna fucking do that. You're gonna live with that? What the fuck? Plus, on top of that, my dad is pretty much beating it into me that, like, which is funny because I think both of my sisters actually have tattoos, but my dad is beating it into me that it's like, you know, no tattoos. I actually don't have any fucking problem with them myself, but that dude's funnier than shit. I think I told the story on stream before once, but we were at a restaurant and we're sitting at the bar and we're there with my uncles. And I just like look over at my dad and he's just like shaking his head. And I think I brought a date with me. Like there was a girl that was with me. It's like the first time her meeting my dad. And my dad's like shaking his head. I'm like, what's going on? And he's just like, those guys across the bar. I'm like, yeah. And my dad's the guy where like if he gets mad for no reason, like he will raise his voice so the people that he doesn't like knows that he doesn't like them. It's so weird. He's so antagonistic. I fucking love the man, but it's so fucking funny. We're sitting at this bar chilling. He's just shaking his head. I turn to him like, what's wrong? And he's just, those guys over there. I'm like, yeah, what about him? And he's just like, raises his voice. He's like, tattoos on the neck. You know what that means? I'm like, what? And he's like, they ain't got no fucking job. These guys look up at my dad and they're like, well, one dude's like, what the fuck did you say, old man? And he's like, you heard me. You ain't got no fucking job. What do you do? He's like, what do you do? Fucking bag groceries? The dude's like, the dude doesn't say anything. And then come to find out like a couple of days later, no fucking kidding. Like I go to the fucking grocery store and homie is bagging groceries. I was like, no. No! No, dude! I'm like, holy shit, he fucking called it. But you can see how like unimpressed the guy's girlfriend was that he didn't respond. And his buddy just kind of like didn't want to say anything. It's like, damn. Damn. And like these guys were in the best part is it's like it's funny to see my dad like own this dude, but like they weren't doing anything. Like they were minding their own business. They weren't being loud or obnoxious. Like my dad was just in like full on fucking aggro mode and he's just like fucking, he hates people. He hates when people have like super noticeable tattoos in places that are like, you know, that he doesn't deem are like tasteful. So it's like, you know, people that have like face tattoos, neck tattoos, tattoos on their hands. And I'll say it, man. Like he stands on business. He stands on fucking business. He had a dude that worked for him, and he told his guys, he's like, look, he's like, you will not like, we don't deal with tattoos here. You know, my dad builds houses, and he's built houses. I mean, he started his own construction company when he graduated high school, or no, when he graduated high school, he moved to like moved to like Colorado and like worked with his buddy to like worked on his buddy. What do they do? He worked with his buddy doing like remodels to condos in Denver. And then when he came back, he started working with like a small construction outfit, saved up money, and then started his own like remodeling and you know, house building company. And yeah, I mean he's like that's what he's about. Like he ain't fucking around. There was a guy that worked for him. Guy worked for him for like 5 years. No bullshit. And the guy came to work one day showing off the new tattoo he just got on his arm, wearing like a cut-off shirt, and my dad walked up and said, nice tattoo, man. You got another shirt to wear? And he's like, no. And he's like, all right. He's like, well, then I guess you're fired. He's like either you're fired or you find a shirt. And the dude's like, looked at him like he didn't think he was being serious, and he's like, you don't get it, man. Like my dad's built a fucking reputation. He built like he built the company himself. He's worked his ass off to get what he has, and he's in a lucky position that he builds houses for very wealthy people, and they don't like seeing a bunch of tattooed guys working on their house or in their house or anything like that. You can call it profiling all you want, but I mean, when you earn the money to be in the place to make those kind of choices are up to you. And that guy never came again wearing a cut off shirt. I'll tell you that right now. Ain't nothing wrong with calling a duck a duck. Oh yeah. Oh, what is that? 4 6s? During wall latch. I forgot how that works. I was like, wall latch. Is that like an ability of mine? I don't know what that is. Headshots on chance with... Wow, that's really strong. Pretty cool. I don't like her second ability, too specific, and you can't choose decrees. I think it'd be cool if you could choose decrees. Always take AoE and single target for Kome. Well, I mean, like, I think the Bursting kind of fits both of those, right? You just turn Incarnate off if you need to get the headshot. Come on, Gamba. I think the threads is a really cool ass ability though. Damage on it seems like pretty respectable too. Not bad. Oh, but you can't like cover a map with it, huh? Oh, that's too bad. Probably just increase range. If you increase range on it, does it increase the range of the threads? The challenges are clearly designed in a way that new players to focus on the game's mechanics. Oh yeah. No, for sure. I 100% agree with that. Well, Kome is a new player character. Like, she's a new player frame. It's a smart frame to make as like a new player frame as well, I think. It's got like really good style. It's got really interesting abilities. Yeah. So I think they did a really good job picking this as like a new player character. I would though, like the thing is that I feel like they kind of missed the opportunity to like really make her quest like an actual tutorial or something, but I think they might be trying to like work on something a little bit better than that. Like Vor's Prize just is not where it's at. There has to be something else that introduces players to the world and lore better. I imagine they'll adjust her. I can appreciate the whole dice roll, mini challenge, and buffs. Not my thing, but I can see how it's entertaining for some people. I like it.
A new data conduit is open. Our experiment moves to a new zone.
I think a frame like Rhino should be a quest. Yes. Yeah. Keep in mind, Warframe does have a quest that teaches players how to make a Warframe, but that quest is called the fucking Sacrifice. So stupid. So stupid. The one quest that makes you go build a Warframe is a quest that's like so much later into the game. It's not even funny. Doesn't the Limbo quest teach you how to make? No. Limbo teaches you how to go find a Warframe, but it teaches you in the most complex way the most complex way possible, because you have to go get like nav coordinates and then use the nav coordinates to craft the thing to get the quest, to go do the quest, and then like that's not how, like, nah, dog. Where like Sacrifice is like, go to this map, get this thing, okay, now you got one of the blueprints. Go to this map, go to the other thing, now go get the blueprint. Go to this map, go to this, get the other blueprint, get the main blueprint. Okay, now put it all together. And of course they would make like Limbo. Of course, Limbo would be the frame that they would put in like the most like convoluted manner to be able to make the character or whatever. We can stay out after this one. She's max rank. First time catching you playing the game. I have to say, a couple days back, I was wondering what frame you actually main. Bit late to the party. What frame I main, Ember? Partially for the booty, partially... it's like half and half for the booty. Half for the booty and half for the rework, because I really like her past her rework. I like how she plays. I like playing as like a caster frame. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah. I'll have to figure out. I'm probably gonna push into like starting to use a different frame instead for a while pretty soon here. I think I'll probably start leaning heavier into either Wisp or either Wisp or Saren, one of the two. Really been enjoying Nova since the slight rework. I don't understand Nova, but I've seen other people play her and she looks super strong now.
Operator, messages have arrived in your inbox.
I don't know if I have her. I think I do. What did you give me? Oh, Ortis Floof. Thank you. Thank you.
Knock.
Now, who would be knocking all the way out here? Operator, I don't think you should answer that.
Oh, I hit the wrong button. Meant to repeat action and I hit the wrong one. The stash keeps growing. Yeah, it's party favors is all it is. Oh, I was gonna look to see what like. I gotta be getting kind of close, huh? Halfway. It's gonna take me a while to get to. It's gonna take me a while. I like her. I don't know if I want to like really build her. I feel like if I was gonna like probably push into something, it would probably be with something that actually has like a oh, I did play Nova. Yeah. Does she have good skins? That'll decide whether or not I would that'll decide whether or not I would like build like a Nova Prime and actually like make a Nova. I mean, that's not bad. That one's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. That one's pretty cool. That's a good base to like customize off of. I don't know what it is about her design that I'm not necessarily like sold by, but it looks like it actually just, she just looks like somebody wearing like a suit. Like a jumpsuit rather than like an actual Warframe to me. I don't know why. Maybe it's the legs. Void shell. This is a fucking, what is this? Flight attendant Nova? If I had to say if I liked any of these, it's probably this one. So I don't know if I really like the head that much. I'd probably like this head. This head, but on... I mean, this skin's not bad either, though. Atomica is the best. Oh, this one. Yeah. This is this one's probably the coolest. Yeah. I would say like this skin, but with the Mithra head. Because I do like the Mithra head. I think the Mithra head looks really cool. How's it going? It's going good, man. If you don't like arachnophobia, it's good. I don't know. Oh, because of the head? Like how it moves around like that? Maybe, yeah. And then how's Caliban's be since his rework? Do I have Caliban? Bobbin. Babin. Yeah, there he is. Oh, he's only got one skin. Caliban is goated after his rework? Really? Fucking Conquistador skin, sick as shit. Looks really good. Really good. That's an insane skin, dude. Absolutely insane skin. Looks so good. Honestly, even his like base is like really cool looking too. The head, not so much, but everything else looks pretty good. Oh, you know what else I really wanted though? I want to see how it looks though. Fuck, dude. It's so he's so bright. He's so bright. Actually, why is he that bright? Because of the reflection off of his skin, I guess. Praise the sun? Yes. You can never see him. Try using another the other void shell mat. Yeah, I probably could, but I kind of like it. But I kind of like it. This is the new one. Right? Yo. Is this the new one? No, this is just the other one that I have already, right? Volt Rygene. Dude. Holy shit. Holy shit. That is fucking so good. That is so good. Take my money. Take my money. This goes so... Dude, this looks so fucking sick. Alright, let's customize this out real quick. I'm gonna put him at a... I'm gonna just put everything at black, the base, and then we'll go from there and see where it all looks.
Loves it.
But these attachments probably got to get worked around a little bit. I don't know if I even really want to do a chest attachment to begin with. Chest looks so cool. Actually, the Day of the Dead stuff might work here. I'm gonna keep the Volt shoulders because they look sick on him right now. Like the Volt Prime shoulders look so nice. Let's do the legs. If I want legs, it's gonna have to be like real subtle. That maybe we will do the Day of the Dead stuff. Actually, nothing looks better. Nothing looks way better. It's actually kind of crazy with this coloring because he looks like he's it looks like he's drawn. You know what I mean? It looks like he's like drawn. Like he's not even like real. His attachments. What color do I want to go for attachments? Or what do I want to go for? Is this his main color? Primary color. I want to keep primary color black. Go secondary first. Actually, I know what I'm going to do. Yeah. Okay. And then we go... like that. Damn it. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I actually really like that. And then we go back. We can use a different back piece now as well. We'll give him maybe something a little bit more stylish. Oh no, he has an ephemera. I don't even need this. What am I thinking? I might change the energy color though. Do a more reddish orange? I don't know. I don't know. If anything, I might tone down the teal. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that actually works. The only thing I'm not sure about is the energy color. I like the white emissive though. I think the white emissive looks really cool. You mean his emissives are too bright? What's on the attachments? Yo, I'm not gonna lie, that looks fucking sick. I'm not gonna lie, that looks fucking sick. Yeah, I dig that. I don't have an eye for color design, so I just see a shocky boy. You're right, it is a shocky boy. He is a very shocky boy. Sigma? Yo. Yo. This looks really good. What do you think about more of a playful animation set to go with the color choice? Playful animation set? Why would I make him playful? He's a fucking G. He's the fucking god of thunder. That's what he is right now. He's not playful. What do you mean? He's a fucking... He's literally like gonna crash lightning down on people's houses and murder them. What is Twitch chat on right now? I have no idea. They tripping. Make him pink? Get the fuck out of here. You're saying a... I don't have a lot of animations. I never really see the point in having animations. Like I think some of them are cool or interesting or whatever, but I think for me, in a lot of cases, I like animations. I don't even really see them myself, other than like when I check them out in here, right? That actually looks kind of fucking sick, though. Though, like, to be fair, I don't think that you should, I think that you should get the animations if you own the frame. And you should be able to use those animations on everything else. Animations are important? Yeah, I'm sure. That actually does look really sick on him, though. I need to get more shit for him. Are you modded? Good enough. I could also work on Vault as well. Like, Vault Prime's pretty good. Vault Prime is pretty good. Blue Swordy. I like using Titania Noble for a lot of frames, really. I don't know what one looks like. I don't know what that looks like. For 50 plat, they ain't doing that. Fucking true. You know what I can buy for 50 plat? Hmm? You know what I could buy? You know what I could buy for 50 plat? Like, thank you for the $4.99, man. Grinding hate in an Incarnate, and you are on Warframe as well. Yeah, that's the life, baby. That's the life, baby.
You are here to infiltrate data vaults and retrieve
weapon slots? Yeah, you can buy weapon slots. I don't need weapon slots or Warframe slots forever, for my entire life, most likely. But what I will say is this: I like for 50 plat, I could buy like a part. I could buy probably even a couple parts, or even damn near a whole ass fucking prime. Go to the marketplace, buy a prime.
Be on the lookout for increased security measures.
There's some really good mods I could buy for that money.
Then let it get into our hands. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I was like, I feel like I'm running very slow, and then I realized I was walking. I was like, why am I going so slow? Hey, guys, pretend like you didn't see me, okay? Thank you.
We're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data.
No!
The alarms.
Fuck, it was right there. That was such bullshit. I'm never gonna make it. I don't know how to get there. We're gonna fail. I got fucking hoodwinked. I got hoodwinked. Can I get in? No, I don't know how to get in there. It's too late. Sorry, guys.
The enemy has
I don't work under pressure like that. I wasn't expecting the motherfucker to be right there around the corner and be like, ah, you're detected. I hate stealth missions. I hate spy. I hate spy so much. We can all agree, though, that that was bullshit. And even if nobody's going to agree with me, I'm going to agree with myself. I'm going to agree with myself that that was bullshit. I use Avara for them. Well, yeah, you could use Avara. Or you could be like me and use Vault and just want to go fast as fuck right now. How many recommend Wukong for spy missions? Doesn't Wukong have a teleport as well? How are the lobbies and stuff like that been with the Wukong nerf, right? Didn't they basically assume that like all the Chinese players were gonna quit the game because of the Wukong nerf? I wonder if they actually like nerfed it in China.
Watch yourself. Grenier are on the way. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures. The enemy would rather destroy their data than let it get into our hands.
All right, everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet. Don't fucking, if you guys talk too loud, you're gonna get me caught.
The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
Oh, I mean, we already have a stealth frame here. Oh, and then it's the easy one this time. Just so you know, Legendary drops, the Chinese servers are merged with the main servers and build Warframe. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Wait, why is there 3 of us over here?
You've triggered the alarms. Lose this data, and the mission will be a complete failure.
Who triggered the alarm?
We have
Ow.
everything we came for. Get to
Oh,
extraction.
okay. All right. Never mind. Zoom, zoom, baby. Zoom, motherfucking zoom. You can use operator to stealth as well. Yeah, operator's underrated for spy. I didn't think about that. You got a good point.
Another job.
Would be nice to get AAA titles that we can talk positively about. I mean, we have been getting AAA titles that we can talk positively about. We just don't have AAA companies that we can talk positively about. There's a different story. There's a different conversation there. You think Volt is fast? No. Volt's not even close to being as fast as like Gauss or anything like that. Volt can be fast, but yeah.
I can tell you understand what an honor this will be to have your tiny neck snapped by the Kayla de Thame. That's why you're so eager.
I hate her so much. Show me speed. I don't even think my Gauss is. I don't even think he even has anything on him. And then even still, then isn't Titania faster than Gauss? I think Titania's the fastest, right? Yeah. Titania's the fastest. Yeah, that's what I thought.
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marines stationed here. Leave no one standing.
I'm just shocking. And even still then, I don't even think that I like Volt, but no, I don't know. If you like really like put a lot of effort into like Volt's 4, like he can be like he's one of the best AoE frames. But not the best. He's just got a good overall package, you know what I mean? Oh.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I'm getting distracted. I'm fucking around.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to
Did I hear somebody say package? I mean, if we're actually talking about package, I think that would actually be that'd be Gauss again. Isn't Gauss the one that has like the big fucking cod piece? One of them does. One of them is a big old schlong piece. They say it's cosmetic only, but I don't know. Knowing Digital Extremes, it's a hint at something else. Rhino? Oh, it's Rhino, is it? The only reason Titania's faster is because they gotta drag that thing everywhere. I like that. Yeah, it's probably true. Probably true. Is it really? Do you know what makes it even better? Is that the mod we got from this was crossing snakes. Does anybody? ERP and Warframe? Yeah, they do it in fucking trade chat. They link this mod. Hey, does anybody interested in crossing snakes? I'm a taken man.
You really want this?
There's a subreddit for that.
Do this.
I'm sure actually. Or you could just go to a game like Final Fantasy XIV where they just do it everywhere and they don't give a fuck whether or not you care or not. They'll come into your raid group and just drop in and all of a sudden like start ERPing right in the middle of fucking raid. You go stand in the middle of Limsa Lominsa for anything longer than like 5 minutes and there's already, you know, some questionable behavior.
Search for the holding location.
People are trying to push invites for a sexy party in Ward 32. Ward 69. Goldshire? Yeah, Goldshire has fucking nothing on Final Fantasy XIV. I'm gonna be real. Like, not to say that there aren't some fucking degenerates in World of Warcraft, but, yeah, nah.
Execution sequence. Rescue the hostage before it finishes. Heads up, a Grineer assault team is headed your way.
Like Final Fantasy XIV ERP players have like an obsession with like public what's it called, like public indecency. They like to air their public out. They like to air their fucking kinks out in public every chance that they get. You'll see all kinds of crazy shit in that game.
Hurry up. You are running out of time.
Oh, it's a window. We both hit it. We're both stupid. Where's the fucking bot?
The captive will be in one of these cells. Search them.
Who's bleeding out? It says Nat's bleeding out, but he's not here.
Stars, not a minute too soon.
Subject found. You need to bring the captive to safety. Protect them at all costs.
I guess making people uncomfortable is a part of the thing. Yeah, well, I mean, that's honestly that's a societal issue anymore. Oh, nah. I do think it's like really fucking weird how people have been like over the last few years, like they want to air out all their fucking dirty laundry in public. I think it's more of like a humiliation kink is what it's all driven by. They want everybody to like, yeah, they want people to know what they're into.
The path to greatness is walked one step at a time.
Before Thanos, Shiva did it. Yeah.
Has been liberated. You will be rewarded for this, Tenno.
Exilius Warframe Adapter. Exilius. Oh boy. Real quick, where'd it go? Yes. Can I help you, Mr. Kitty Cat? Yeah. Chilling. Chilling. Turns out it gives you a charisma buff. I don't really think it does. It scares me off more than it does anything else. It's so weird to even talk about that stuff with close friends. Yeah, I know, but it's just getting like, I don't know. I've just seen so much more of it nowadays. Like, you see, like, people put it in their, like, bios on, like, fucking social media and shit. Like, oh, I'm into this and this and this. And it's just like, what are you doing? What are you fucking doing? But, so tomorrow we have another stream, okay? And I need to level with you guys. I'm working on another video right now, and it's sucking up a lot of time. So I need to like do my best to try to put more time into it so I can try to get it done, at least writing wise, by the end of the week. So then I can record it next week and try to get it posted, hopefully within a realistic time period. I don't want to have to like, I don't want it to like kill my I don't want it to kill my whole like content schedule and shit like that. So I'm trying to do my best to like just chip away at it. It's close to being finished.
Check what's next.
It's very close to being finished. I think I'm like probably 2 sections away from finishing it, and then once it's finished, then I'll be able to like go back to doing some like more shorter stuff. I already got a couple like video ideas for next week for like some shorter videos, like back to like, I like when I say shorter, I mean like 15 to 20 minute videos, or 20 to actually it's more like 18 to like 25 minute videos or something like that. But yeah, this one's gonna be this one's a doozy. 2 sections out of how many? Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now I'm on section 6. Currently so far it is 7,600 words long. To give any so it's 7,600 words long. I'm gonna try to like trim it down a little bit, I think, or at least try to do my best to be able to trim it down a little bit, make it like flow better as like a compelling story to tell more than anything else. Just like storytelling stuff that I need to go like back in and like change the way that I write certain things or say certain things so that it's better for like it's better for that purpose. But yeah, it's like 7,600 words right now. To give you guys a something to base that off of, the fall of Ubisoft was 4,500 words, and that was a 30-minute video. So this one's likely going to be an hour. Buy Plague Zaws before it's gone. I don't know what that is. Probably do it tomorrow or something, most likely. Legendary drops documentary win after I retire. After I retire, I'm sure somebody will do like a downfall video, maybe. This YouTuber has lost his career. His channel's gone down to 4 views. And it's because he quit. I love how there's those channels that are like all they do is like this like all that like the toxic downfall videos on all these like fucking YouTubers and shit, and then they call themselves like this is a documentary channel. It's like, this isn't a fucking documentary, dude. This isn't a fucking documentary. But anyway, I'm gonna get some food in me. I'm gonna probably write a little bit, and then I'll probably get ready for bed. Either way, thank you guys for hanging out. Great stream today. Absolutely fantastic. Hopefully I will catch you guys tomorrow. Stream probably a little bit earlier if I can, actually. Today I got on at 2 and I was hoping to get on earlier than that, but we'll see how it works out. Anyway, friends. Dear friends. I will catch you guys tomorrow. So stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Have a good night. See you guys for the weekend. Yeah, that's it. Kitty says bye too. Or he's gonna bite me. Never mind.